No. Okay, good morning, everyone. I declare the council meeting CL25/7 open and welcome everyone here. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I shall start with our karakia. Whakatau, mai te wara, whakawātea, mai te hinanaro, whakarite, mai te tinana, kia ea nei mahi. Ai. I think we've got a full house today, so there are no apologies. There are no consideration of late items. Does anyone have a declaration of interest? No? No? Okay. There are no public excluded items. I don't see anyone for a public forum. So we'll move on to the confirmation or receipt of Community Board minutes, starting with the Katikati Community Board meeting on the 2nd of April. That's on page 8. So I'll move it and second it for those, please. Councillor Henry, Councillor Joyce, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Te Puke Community Board meeting on the 3rd of April. So I'll move and second there. Councillor Wickers, Councillor Daly, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Waihi Beach Community Board meeting on the 7th of April. Do I move and second for those, please? Councillor Henry, Councillor Sol, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Omokura Community Board meeting on the 8th of April. Councillor Granger, Councillor Thwaites, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Makatu Community Board meeting held on 15th of April. Councillor Ray, Deputy Mayor Scrimger, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving on to our council and committee meetings for confirmation. This is back from page 49. Minutes of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, Councillor Granger and Councillor Coxhead. Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Projects and Monitoring Committee on the 20th of March, Councillor Thwaites, Councillor Sol. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Community Committee held on the 26th of March, Councillor Murray Benge, Councillor Ray. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting on the 27th of March. I'll move those. Councillor Granger seconds. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the District Plan Committee meeting held on the 8th of April. Deputy Mayor Scrimger, Councillor Murray Benge. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of Council on the 8th of April, up to page 85 for those watching. I'll move those. Deputy Mayor Scrimger seconds. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And then lastly, for the minutes, we have the minutes of the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting held on the 8th of May. I'll move those. Councillor Granger seconds. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we're up to page 106, deliberations on the future water services delivery model. So I'll ask Ariel to come to the front, please.
Morena, Mayor and Councillors. I'm going to do a little bit of an overview of the journey that we have been on in terms of water, and then you're welcome to ask any questions of myself or Adele. We also have Sarah Badley on the line if there's any questions that you'd like to direct to her.
Sorry, Councillor Joyce? Okay, carry on.
Original journey. Waters has been an issue for a long time. We've had 3 waters reform, affordable water reform, and now we're doing local water done well. And I want to raise that point because this is not an issue to be taken lightly, but it's also something that we need to think about in terms of the long-term strategic outcomes for our district. One of the things that has been across all of those reforms has been how important it is for our communities to get the delivery of water's infrastructure done well and correctly and affordable where possible. We've gone through that process under this new set of legislation in terms of the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act, and we're also working under the presumptions that are set out in the Local Government Water Services Bill. That bill is not due to be enacted until September. Originally, we thought it would be a little bit earlier than that, but now they're signalling September for that bill to become enacted. As we move through this item, I just want you to keep that in mind in terms of that strategic long-term focus. But the purpose of today is to decide on the future model of water services. We are not considering whether or not we are which parts of stormwater in or out, and we're also not deciding on who our potential council partners may be if we decide to proceed with a joint council CCO. So that's important to note. Those two decisions would come back to you in a different forum. The stormwater would come back via the water services delivery plan, and the potential council partners, if that's the pathway that you move along.
Councillor Henry.
Okay, this is just a general overview type thing of Western Bay District Council's waters, and just something I picked up on what you had said, because I believe that our waters actually was.
Is this a question or we?
No, but I'm just saying, I'm asking because the delivery of it is important to me and for our community, because I believe, and I believe our community believe, that our waters were done well. And so I just think when we're going out, this is something that's been put upon us now. So I just want to capture the fact that we have done the job well, but this is a legislation that we've got to apply. You know, it's not making our, I don't want to pick up too much on what you said, but that's what I'm going to be saying to our community, that for future, it will make it a consistency across the country. But for Western Bay, we were doing water well, but we're caught up in this legislation. So that's what I'd like it to be reflected when we're talking about it, if we can, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure that was a question, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Certainly. And you're absolutely correct. It wasn't that Western Bay was necessarily doing water unwell, and local water done well is just the title that government gave it. So I appreciate that. The reality is that we have one new act and we have another one on the way, and they have changed the way that we must do waters. And as you know, we've been through a process to consider what our options are. That's right, in the sense that there's new regulation, there's new economic regulation, there's a number of changes in terms of the way we must treat our financials, and also to, like I said, those environmental regulations and the economic ones as well. So we have been through a process since last September. We've had a significant amount of modelling and analysis and assessment undertaken to illustrate and provide robust evidence to yourselves in terms of what are the advantages and disadvantages of each option. We'll go through those options shortly. We have been out for consultation on the preferred option, which was a multi-council CCO. We had 124 submissions. Of those that submitted and identified a specific option that they preferred, 70% preferred the Water Services Joint Council CCO. We also had feedback which aligned with the strategic objectives that you might recall as well. So that was in terms of financial sustainability, looking after the environment, and making sure that we continue to provide a good service to our communities. So there was a strong alignment there.
Ariel, I've got a question from Councillor Coxhead, if she'd like to come in now.
To clarify two things. Number one thing is point 3 in the recommendations that council resolves that the future model of water service delivery is a joint council water services council controlled organisation. I'm correct in saying that we are voting today on whether or not we are going with the recommended solution, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'd like to move an amendment, please.
We're not quite up to amendments, but perhaps you'd just like to mention it so that we can take it on board.
So do you want me to signal now?
Well, you have, so you might as well.
Yeah, I would like to see point 3 removed.
That's kind of the whole point of this resolution.
Point 4 covers it. It's not stopping the work going forward.
I'd like to clarify that point if I could.
Please, Ariel.
You're correct, it doesn't stop us preparing the water services delivery plan, but we will have to prepare it on the assumption that that's the model that you're choosing. The water services delivery plan is based on the model, and if we don't have a decision on the model, then we will be making a set of assumptions that we'll have to bring to you when you adopt that. That then creates a challenge in terms of, one, the interregnum period, because we won't have a council in order to adopt a water services delivery plan, and we won't be able to provide one to the DAA by the 3rd of September.
I don't actually
Okay, I
agree
think
with that.
we'll
but-
get into the
yeah.
debate. I think it's important we shared that now, and then people can mull on us, I guess. But I see Councillor Joyce as a
Just
question.
suggesting another way forward to between the two, that council resolves that its preferred model of water services delivery is a joint council, confirms that it's desired or preferred model. So in other words, we're still signalling to staff, I'm just trying to help out here, still signalling to staff that that is our preferred model, but we're not making a big final decision today because we can't really make a decision on a water services plan until we see it. And as point 4 says, we're going to have another decision point at the end of that. So I would suggest just rewording number 3 is confirms that the preferred model of water service delivery.
Tell you what, can you just
I'm just, okay, I'm
think
hoping to
about the
hold it.
wording and get it really clear, and we'll come back to it. But I do want to finish off Ariel's presentation and questions on that. Are there any questions? I'd rather not get into debating Councillor Coxhead's points right now. We'll come back to that. But are there any questions at this point? Councillor Daly.
I understand that we've engaged Martin Jenkins to do more modelling on the internal business unit option. Is that correct? We haven't seen the results of that final modelling, or has that been curtailed in light of this?
No, that has been presented to you. That was presented to you on the 8th of May, and it's also included in the agenda item.
Okay. Ariel, I think if you carry on with the presentation.
Thank you. So the other things that we have included in the agenda item, the draft establishment principles that you also discussed at the workshop with Martin Jenkins, and those would form the basis of a commitment agreement that we would look to enter into if your preferred option is the joint CCO. I just wanted to remind you that stormwater, we have done some modelling in terms of the financials. At the moment, the stormwater is included in the proposal. The financial analysis to date has implied that there is a slight change, but overall doesn't change the financial picture or the sustainability of the model. The other thing that I wanted to mention was the changes that are coming in terms of the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act and what that may mean for the future of council. So those are other matters that we've touched on in the item as well. And the other matter was just the implementation plan, which is in the Water Services Delivery Plan. That would set out how we would go about setting up whatever it is the council decides on. And that's, I just want to come back to that point Councillor Cox said in terms of the importance of the model. The model sets out how we determine what goes in the implementation of the Water Services Delivery Plan, and then that sets out what we would do as next steps. In terms of next steps following this meeting, once you've considered the options, we have some further work to do in terms of developing the commitment agreement and obviously the Water Services Delivery Plan, which will be coming back to you on the 30th of July for adoption and then submitted to the DAA by the 3rd of September. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murray Benj.
Question, please. What influence will the stormwater report have on the decisions that we've got to make today?
Ultimately, the stormwater decision is quite granular, and council through the commitment agreement or through the partnership agreement or through its Water Services Delivery Plan can decide what parts of stormwater come over to a new entity or which parts stay with the council. The Local Government Water Services Bill has some requirements in terms of what must stay with council with stormwater. So that's the development of a bylaw and a catchment network management plan, I think the name of it is. And also it's likely that land parcels that sit with things like reserves, where the primary purpose is not stormwater management. And the other part to remember is that it's only dealing with urban stormwater, not rural. So rural stormwater will stay with council.
Right. Could I ask how many treaty settlements have we had within our district?
I didn't think that we had any, but I may be incorrect.
As I understand it, the law will be that treaty settlements have to be honoured, and
Oh, we've
that's
got
one of the
Tupperware, sorry.
requirements of the legislation. Well, anyway, I'll talk about it later.
I think it's putting you a little bit on the spot. I know Ngāti Ranganui, just about
Apologies, I should
settled
actually know
recently.
that answer anyway, though. I'm actually, we do have some. Sorry, I just couldn't quite think fast enough.
Okay. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I did want to clarify my last question. I asked some questions of Miriam last week, and I got a reply on the 15th of May, which said the basis for the information in the Martin Jenkins reports is the LTP with updates from the annual plan where appropriate for debt purposes, as the numbers will continue to move prior to the delivery of the water service delivery plan, e.g. how council may want to treat revenue and debt, and the level of detail. We are recommending a further workshop with Martin Jenkins to discuss the numbers with you. Can I just have maybe some clarification on that, in terms of that is not necessarily ACDS and we don't need to do that to make this decision today?
Through the chair. So in relation to the ongoing review of the financials, obviously we've done some work that we've put to the community, which is identifying our revenue, because the new legislation means that each and every year you must fund your costs, and there's no smoothing of, effectively rates. It's under a new requirement under the new what will be new legislation when it comes in. There's still some options to look at how that's done, and we've had conversations around looking at revenue or debt as a mechanism that moves into the new entity under the new rules. So as we progress any multi-council CCO, we'll be still undertaking those reviews in conjunction with any partner at that point in time to look at how we're doing that collectively. So it'll be under a wider arrangement, and when we progress that, we'll be able to bring that back to council.
I got the impression that as the modelling and the information coming through from the government was progressing or evolving, that maybe the numbers were starting to maybe look more favourable for an internal business unit. That was the only reason I sort of asked the question. But I guess if we resolve for a joint council CCO today, then that'll be irrelevant.
So through the mayor, so in terms of where we're at the moment, we're playing with what we obviously know, and when it comes to the debt, when it comes to connections as a multi-CCO, you're able to include more of your financial contribution revenue, which means that that position provides for different debt levels between our different options. So at this point in time, given our level of capital program, we're best in a CCO where we can optimise that debt requirement.
I think it's worth pointing out that the extra modelling showed that it was technically feasible, but it was deeply unfavourable. Any other questions? No? Sorry, Councillor Mowbridge.
If we go to a CCO and we haven't decided yet, how difficult is it to unravel and take it back? Is it impossible?
Do you mean the CCO itself, or the process that we would go through to establish one?
CCO itself.
No, there's a process that's set out in the Local Government Water Services Bill that allows the disestablishment of a CCO, just the same as the Local Government Act.
Does it give the reasons as to why?
Well, that would be up to the council or councils that formed the CCO to make that decision.
Would it require the agreement from all of them?
Yes, there's some requirements set out in the new bill that says how that must be undertaken.
Thank you.
Councillor Coxhead.
So if council passed a recommendation 3 today, and further modelling and information came through, as it has been coming through quite thick and fast over this whole period, and it determined that there were other more favourable options, or one of the other two options was more favourable, and we've already done the WSDP, can that be stopped at any point before we agree in, when is it, July? Oh, it has to be done before September.
Well, I
doesn't
think
it?
there are off ramps and before we get to that point, but I'll let Ariel perhaps answer that a little bit
There
more.
are further off ramps. If we went through a process and throughout that process, there were some challenges in terms of the implementation plan or with the model itself, you can go and look to change that. You have to follow the same process again. So we would do what we have done for the last 10 or so months, but that process is set out in the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act in terms of if you wish to modify or amend your water services delivery plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Henry.
I think this is very important and we have discussed it before and Miriam has told us that we have got that cooling off period. And I think that, I don't know how we're going to present this to our public, but I think that when they hear that we're signing up with someone, it's signing up to actually see whether it's viable. That's what I believe we are doing. We are not signing up to be with them. Well, we're thinking that they might be the best option, but we don't have all the paper. We don't have everything in front of us. I mean, it's not good business practice to do that. So I'm wanting to make sure that our public know that this is the journey we're going on. We're not signing up to say we're in it for good. We're signing up so we can actually have a look at what's going on and what their financials are or whatever else we need to know.
But I think at a basic level, this would be resolving that we seek a joint council controlled organisation. But if there are no other councils want to join us, then obviously something has to give. So yeah, there are ways to move if we have to.
And through the measure, just to note too that there is quite a clear directive coming through from the Department of Internal Affairs about their expectations. And so if we were to, at the moment, we've signalled to them that our preferred option is a multi-council CCO. If that was to change, we'd need to also indicate to them where we're at. They have signalled to the mayors around the country in the last week that their preference is to look for economies of scale. So if we're going to go away from that directive, we will have to meet the requirements.
Councillor Daly.
Just reflecting on the Minister of Local Government letter of expectation, which we received recently. He's maybe giving direction now that he would like more consideration for maybe stronger councils to partner up with weaker councils. Has that changed any of our processes or thinking? I know it's only a few days ago, so it's probably a bit early to say, but have we had any approaches from likely candidates that we wouldn't have considered previous to this direction?
No, I think that's a political direction from the minister. It was always there. He's just made it more explicit. So instead of taking place in inside conversations, he's written a letter to all the mayors that he said to forward to councillors, explaining his views and his expectations. It doesn't, or in and of itself, change the modelling, for example.
No, I realise it doesn't really change what we're doing today, but it is sort of starting to become clearer and clearer from the minister that what he wants us to do.
Yeah. Do you want to carry on the presentation, or we're getting to the end of
No, I'm ready for questions. Thank you.
Okay, right. I think what I'd like to do, given there's been some uncertainty expressed or differences, I don't want a flurry of amendments amending each other and getting all very messy. So I'd like to adjourn for a mini workshop so we can just sort through what that is and what kind of wording might be acceptable and the consequences of the various wording, because it's I wouldn't want an amendment that puts us in a sticky position just because that's what Rodney came up with on the spot. I think it's unfair on him and everyone else. So I'd like to just have the opportunity to discuss that.
Before we go in camera, can we hear from Miriam, just her view in public about what she would prefer us to do? Because I think she's the one that's got to deliver on this. And, you know, we've had a couple of options put forward, so I don't know. Yeah, would like to hear your view.
I see your advice.
Yeah, basically.
Sorry, put you on spot.
Put me on the spot. just mindful of this, it's public. My recommendation to council would be to become part of a multi-council CCO. I think whether we become part of a multi-council CCO now or in the near future, it will happen. And I think you want to be in at the beginning, because otherwise you won't be able to determine your terms of reference with your partners. I think if you decide at a later stage to go into it, you will be compromised somewhat because you will have been a late joiner, and that's been demonstrated in the past where we've had LGFA. We were one of the first 8 to form the LGFA, and that has been a major benefit to us compared to other councils who came in later. So we were able to determine the terms and conditions. And I know it's a different example, but my personal opinion is a multi-council CCO. And I think more than 2 is better than just 2. It's just my view.
Thank you, Miriam. Councillor Murray Bench.
To move that we suspend standing orders. If we do that, if there's a seconder, it means the debate is understood and heard by everybody in our community. If we go into a workshop, it's private and nobody knows what we're talking about. On this particular issue, I think it's really important that the public know everything that we're actually thinking about, deciding about. So if there's a seconder.
I'll second that.
I think the point was to have it in a more relaxed format to discuss the wording and not have it all play out in public. We're not hiding anything particularly. It's all going to be there in 10 minutes time, but it's just whether we can just have that discussion about the wording and stuff now.
It's got to be put to the vote, sir.
Well, but there's some complications. We can move to suspend standing orders. That doesn't mean we're live streaming it.
It means that we can speak more than once.
That's the point. That's what I'm trying to achieve. But my intention would be that we go off camera just for a few minutes and then have that discussion.
Come back to the decision.
Sorry, Councillor Henry.
And there lies the problem, in my view, that to go behind closed doors and not be playing out so that people can hear us about how we go through the process of making this decision. And there are very important things like what I said before, our waters are okay, but we're in this, we're moving along. Because it's legislation, as Miriam said, we don't know what's ahead. It may, the idea of actually being in with other councils in the future will probably be a very good decision. But people need to hear what we are going through. I don't think there's anything to be worried about because this is a very important decision.
Yeah, the main thing was have the discussion. We can go open if that's the view of council. So to suspend standing orders and move into a workshop, but a workshop that is without turning the cameras off. It's been moved by Councillor Murray Bench.
Suspending standing orders. It's not a workshop. It's suspending standing orders. No.
You have no alternative.
Yeah,
but
that's what I just
it's
said.
been moved and seconded. It should be put without debate. That we move
It
to
hasn't been put
suspend
yet, but-
standing orders.
Councillor Thwaite, sorry, what's your?
No, just your point. You said turn cameras off.
No, I
If you
said
do
no.
that, I'm just going to leave the
No.
room until you've done your secret.
No. I said leave them on.
It's simply
No, so just to clarify, I've accepted the view of the room I feel, and we'll put this to a vote in just a second, is that we'll suspend standing orders, move to a workshop, but keep the cameras on.
No, absolutely not. I move that standing orders be suspended and that the meeting continues in the public arena.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting, except,
Suggesting a workshop, I'm not.
well, if you're suspending standing orders, then it's no longer in a meeting. Was it?
it stays in.
Okay, I stand corrected. Okay. Councillor Sol.
Sir, I do have to take a
You
little
haven't
bit.
put the motion yet.
Sorry, sir.
It has to be put without debate.
Yep, that's my exact point, sir. Once you put a motion, it must be able to be
I
debated.
haven't put the motion yet.
No, sorry. beforehand, you should be able to debate the motion before it gets put.
So it's been moved by councillor Murray Benj, seconded by councillor Joyce. Is there any debate on this? I'm looking to get this over with, but okay. Councillor Sol, did you want to debate that, or was that just a?
Sir, yes. No matter what, it's a motion that's moved and seconded, and it can and should be debated if wished.
Sure, okay. Councillor Daly, did you have your hand up?
Well, yeah, I support the open and
Sure.
open dialogue, and also moving into a workshop does create problems for staff in terms of workshop notes and protocols. So
Okay, so we've now understood that it's
Yeah.
still an actual meeting, but just suspending standing orders. Okay,
that's correct.
we're going slightly off piste here, so that's fine. Right, so if there's no more questions, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, so we're now in a workshop, but the cameras remain on. So the issue to discuss.
Excuse me, sir, that wasn't what I moved. I moved that we suspend standing orders for this council meeting. I did not move that we have a workshop.
So I've just agreed that. I've just agreed that. Did I say workshop again? Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. We're in a meeting. It's not standing orders. It's not a workshop.
It means you can have a discussion without.
But I will still be chairing it and I'll still be having a little wee bit of control, okay? So the issue is that there is some discomfort, as articulated by councillor Coxhead, that recommendation 3, that council resolves that the future model of water service delivery is a joint council water services CCO. And we are discussing about what that means and what direction we need to give staff in order to progress things, because we are on a timeline here. Okay, so I'll give Councillor Cox the first.
So the reason for me wanting to move the amendment to remove point 3 is because that I don't believe preparing point 4 is not contingent on point 3. And I am still reasonably open to rewording it if need be, but I still see no harm in removing it because it doesn't stop the work. I'm not signalling which way I'm going to decide if we remove point 3, but what we're being asked to do in point 3 is actually vote now on the joint CCO.
So why?
And the reason
why are you not comfortable on
point 4, because the council directs the chief executive to prepare the water services delivery plan on the basis of a joint CCO, WSCCO, but we're not approving it. Point 3 means that we are voting in favour of the joint CCO, and I don't feel, given the speed of information and the amount of information still to come, I don't want to bind myself personally to that decision. That's where I've come from.
So at what point do you see?
Well, we get to adopt the WSDP, sorry. We get to adopt that, and at that point, I'm happy to make my decision, but I'm not happy to make my decision today.
Okay, thank you. Murray?
I would like someone in the room to explain to me what the disadvantage of changing the word future to preferred is in 3. What goes wrong if we change that word future to preferred?
Thank you. Is there any, if anyone wants to answer that now, or maybe they can think about it for a moment. Other comments? Rodney?
Murray stole my thunder. I mean, I think I would like to know what the chief executive needs through her staff or through the chief executive. Does number 4 cover it? Yeah, does number 4 cover it? Does that give the direction that the chief executive needs to prepare the plan? In which case, number 3 is redundant. If staff feel that number 4 is not enough, can we go with what Murray suggested, that is preferred rather than future? So we're just leaving ourselves a little bit of wiggle room. The key thing with that, to me, is that we have not really looked at stormwater. I realise stormwater is always considered last, right? It has no real income. A lot of the responsibility remains with council. It has real environmental impacts in terms of, dual use land. And, I think the fact is we've been focused rightly on water and wastewater. We haven't looked deeply enough at stormwater yet. I know that's sort of covered in here that it'll come later, but we're running out of laters, right? So we need to move forward. So I'm definitely keen on number 4. But if number 4 gives enough direction, then we don't need number 3. If the staff believe they need more direction, then Murray's line, which is related to what I said before, resolves that the preferred model of water, is that enough direction? Because that way, at the end of it, we can still make a decision.
I have to defer to Ariel and Adele on this because they're deeply in the timeframe and the requirements. So there's 2 questions. I think we need to address the stormwater response as well. Ariel.
Errol?
Yes, in terms of the stormwater, as I mentioned, it has been modelled as in. And the reality with stormwater is, and it's the same with all the other 2 waters as well, is that the way that these things get managed could be through a service level agreement with council or a contract. There are a range of options. The work that we've done to date that we'll be bringing back to you next week at the workshop outlines why it would likely be a preference to move stormwater to the entity. And also that would then be the subject of further conversations with other potential partners in terms of how the CCO itself may like to operate stormwater.
So the issue with stormwater, of course, is there's a lot of dual use land.
Yes.
So when you say stormwater would go, I don't even know what that means.
Yes, and we've outlined that in detail. And that's why I said it's actually a sort of granularity discussion, because what we're talking about is assets that are specific stormwater assets, not necessarily land that is used to manage stormwater.
And that is the granularity we need to get to, because presumably we need to put that granularity in the water services delivery plan, do we?
Yes, we do, or at least signal our intentions with that. One of the things that with the water services delivery plan is you need to signal your intention or your ability to implement something.
Sure,
so if you need to do that as a future conversation, then that's okay as well.
Yeah, I mean, the water services delivery plan is not the final word, right?
No, it is not.
Going back to the core point though, is recommendation 4 enough direction to move this forward that we don't need number 3?
So you'll recall my comments earlier. If you don't make a decision today on what your preferred model is, or resolve that this would be your preferred model, we can, if you continue with recommendation 4, we can continue to prepare the water services delivery plan. The risk for council is that we get to the 30th of July
We're still not ready.
and there is no decision made, or the water services delivery plan is not adopted because there is a difference in opinion about what the preferred model should be. If that occurs, we will have to do some further work and we will not be able to bring that back until the new council is established.
So it sounds like there's a desire to keep options open. I hear what Tracy was saying, but if you don't decide now and delay that decision until July,
yes,
then you're back to square one and you're not going to make the 3rd of September deadline.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Can I just pick up on though that Ariel said we have to indicate a preference now. So that sounds like Murray and my solution of putting preferred rather than future, and number 3 would cover that.
That may be semantics. What I'm asking you today is to decide on the model of water service delivery for the water services delivery plan.
So I mean, today is decision day. Well, that was the intention anyway. But I have Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Yeah, Ariel spoke earlier about the off-ramps and opportunities if things don't work out to exit. And I guess the one that, Tracy before talked about, if one of the other options turned out to be preferable. But what about, and it might be an extreme thing to consider, what if the negotiations went so badly that it was deemed not to be as attractive as it appears to us at this point in time? Is that's still an opportunity to exit? And so if you're keeping all those things in mind, I do tend to the view that the use of the word preferred would allow us to continue with the process.
Thank you, John. Councillor Song.
Yes, sir. I actually was going to again refer to those 2 words, preferred and future. Future is very definite. And unfortunately, we're getting even there because at one stage, Ariel used the word preferred twice and then when came back, used the word future. So this is something that does need to be sorted because future is pretty definite. Future preferred is what we would prefer to see, and I believe that that word is what this whole thing is. We've got to make some what our preferred choice is for our ratepayer, and that is the case. Making it the future choice leaves us or boxes us into an area that we then reverse back out of. I think it's easier to be preferred.
The counter to that is that we've had a preferred option since February. So the risk is that if we don't actually progress things today, then what's the point? But I see Miriam wanted to come in.
So councillors, this is actually just about your risk appetite, from what I'm hearing. I understand your concerns. I do understand that. I just would raise with you that you're the council that want to approve the future model for water service delivery. You don't want the next council to do that. But if you don't make a decision at the end of July, that's in alignment with what we've prepared the water service delivery plan with, it will end up being the new council. I'm just trying to raise it with you because we won't meet the 3rd of September deadline and we will go into the next council to make the decision, or the decision might get made for you. So there's it's a difficult one, I know, but if council doesn't make the decision, and you can't make a decision in July, or it's not the decision that we've worked the service delivery plan for, we will have to go back to the drawing board and get more information, which precludes this council from making the decision. Is that right, Ariel? That is my concern. Where do you want to sit on that? Because that's a real risk.
Murray?
I believe that we stated before our consultation that we had a preferred model. We went out and we asked the community and they confirmed our preference. So that's still where we are. We have a preferred model. But this wording here says that we resolve that the future model is a joint services thing. So please show me this future model that we're agreeing with today so that we can agree to it. We haven't seen it because it hasn't been written yet. That's the task that Miriam has. So we're still in the stage of confirming. We are confirming that what we went out to consult over is our decision. That's what we're doing with number 3, surely. We went out and said, people, we think this is the best idea. They came back and said, yep, on basis, the majority said, yes, we agree. So we're still tracking down that line of our preferred model. We haven't seen it yet. So how can we accept it?
So the model is multi-council CCO versus single council CCO.
Yeah.
The details of what exactly is in it and stormwater and all those other things and the shareholder agreement, that is to come, and you will never get. We'll have to agree a model before we have that detail, because that just simply won't be available at that point.
Well, that's what we're going to agree in July, is it not?
I'm not sure the shareholder agreement will be ready, but maybe I'm wrong. Help me out.
Yes, through the mayor, the next steps have been outlined in one of the reports, and it looks at the commitment agreement and then the shareholder agreement. But every one of those steps would be coming back to council, and that's why we're indicating that we'd like to understand your model that you're going to do, not preferred model. Yeah, you're going to put the words in my mouth now. So we need to understand what the model is going to be so we can progress without unwinding things, because it will become difficult. And as Miriam pointed out, we do want to be the forefront of those discussions. We have partners that do want to come and have those discussions with us now, assuming council makes a decision.
Councillor Coxon.
So I could live with the word preferred in point 3 as well, and I agree with everything everyone else had stated. That was what I wanted to say before. I think it was Rodney that said it. But we could get to the point where we have to vote on the WSDP, and with further information, we could actually reject that as well. So that's always a risk you're taking. So I don't see the risk that we would be taking now by removing point 3. I don't see any risk in that.
Thank you, Tracy.
Or you could add the word preferred. I'd be happy with that.
Grant?
Ariel, at the beginning, you said that the legislation is not likely to be passed until September. Is there a reason for the delay? You said you'd come back to it. Is there any implications for anything we're doing right now as a result of that delay, or change in direction or?
Not specifically in terms of the water services delivery plan that's set out in the Act, so that doesn't affect this part of it. It's more in terms of the framework for the new entities in terms of how they would operate with the new regulations and things like that. I don't know what the delay is, sorry.
So nothing to worry about really.
You'll note in the item, we've talked about that there is always the potential for change that will come through a bill. That would be something that we'd come back to you on if there's anything significantly different from what we anticipate.
And just for the record, I'm happy with either removing point 3 or adding preferred.
Margaret.
Sir, firstly, I want to thank our staff for the amount of detail that they've provided for us. It absolutely set me blind trying to get my way through it. And if I saw something and didn't write it down there and then, when I went back to try and find it, I couldn't. So it's been really quite an extraordinary experience going through all of this and reading the whole lot and making sure one didn't miss out on anything. I think when we went out to the public for consultation, in my interpretation, it was just about 50-50, that the people who wanted it were, if you then took the people who didn't make a comment or were undecided or were opposed, it almost balanced out to 50-50. And the one thing I know is that with the work that we are doing, we're giving away something really serious, and it isn't to be taken lightly. And a CCO, no council.
Sorry, Margaret, this is not time for speeches. We're in a workshop, not workshop, but a informal discussion to work out what wording might be appropriate. That sounds like an excellent speech for when we move back into the meeting.
Sir, my view is we have the debate and then you work out what the recommendations will be. And I just can't believe that we're having no debate.
We will have debate, but you moved to go into a workshop. I keep saying that.
An informal meeting.
Into a yes, indeed. Look, I have some alternative wording that the staff have looked at, if I may, and I just want to put this forward as a potential option. So this replaces both recommendations 3 and 4, and that says that council agrees to proceed with the development of the water services delivery plan on the basis of a joint council water services CCO for council approval at a future meeting.
Pre-stage approvals, you need consideration.
Okay, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy with that.
Could it say, sir, a special meeting?
Yeah,
so
just
that
one at a time. Do you want to reread? Read it. Okay, so the council agrees to proceed with the development of the water services delivery plan on the basis of a joint council water services CCO for council consideration at a future meeting.
Could it give you the right to call a special general meeting as soon as possible?
Well, it wouldn't be a special general meeting, but it would be a
special council
it would be
meeting?
a timed meeting and in whenever it is scheduled. It wouldn't have to be an extraordinary meeting.
It's just, sir, that I think you need to be able to have the ability to call the meeting as soon as after we've had the stormwater debate. That's all.
Yes.
Okay, right. I did have a bit of a list here, so I'm going to go with Andy next, and then it's Rodney, and then it's Anne, and then I see Alan as well. So Andy first.
Thank you. What we're really trying to work through is the best outcome, right, for the end user of this. We have signalled that the multi-CCO is the best way, based on the information that we have to date. By this committing to a definite, what if when it gets down the track, with the information we have then, it doesn't look the best deal. We need to create a delivery plan July, but the details of who we dance with and the conditions and what the deal actually looks like is going to be something in the for a future council, we won't actually be in this form deciding on whether it's a good deal or not, because that detail will come later. So as long as we aren't committing to a pathway that binds us to a bad deal, because we said that's the way we're going to go.
Yeah. No, I
So I'm happy with
yeah.
what has been put there.
Thanks, Andy. I think what I'd like to get to, and I think we can probably take that from the revised wording there, is that something significantly bad has to happen for us to wind it back. You know, it might be possible, it might be we end up with no partners, it might be that it's, you know, we don't, the terms offered are awful, something like that. But I wouldn't want to just avoid the decision now and on the basis of, well, I never really wanted to do it anyway, change our mind in July, because that puts us in a really risky and difficult position. I was thinking of getting some wording along those lines, but I think that one's probably simpler and more elegant than, and rather than trying to tie it down to what might be a significant issue or whatever. So yeah, that's my view. But next up we have Rodney.
Yeah, I'm fine with that wording. I think it takes into account what Tracy and Murray and myself and others have been saying. I would ask that the draft plan, I'd like to know when that will be available. We don't want it 1 week before the July the 30th meeting. I understand it's a significant body of work, but we need to have a look at it and perhaps a chance to discuss it before July the 30th, so that we can actually go into that meeting. And ideally with the public also having had a chance to have a look at it as well.
Yeah, Ariel?
So would you like to have a workshop on the draft
Well, I'll
order?
probably be overseas, but yes, I will certainly, I'll make up for it, yeah.
I was going to say, so you'd like to, okay.
Okay. Anne?
So it's my understanding that to make the decision to be a multi-council model, it allows us, it gives confidence to the people that we're working with that we're serious about what we're saying, that we're looking to work with you, but it does not engage us with having to do that. But the point that I think is important, we can be I'm looking for the words, but a joint council controlled organisation and be there by ourselves if we do not see that the partners that we're working with are going to work with us. But at some time in the future, and it might be another year or next year, when we find another partner, we've already got that model set up that we can engage other people. So I think it's important that we need to look that, am I right, that we could be
Well, you're talking about a single council CCO by the sound of it.
No,
Others
no,
might
but
join.
we're going into it because we're looking to get other partners. But if it doesn't work out, we may not, we still be looking for them, but we could be sitting there by ourselves, still looking for partners. Am I wrong in that, Miriam?
I just think if we're looking at partners, those partners will already have joined up where they want to go. So I don't think you'll get another bite at the cherry that way around. No.
So, okay, well then if we go into with the partners that we're looking at now and we don't find in that cooling off period that it's not compatible, we're in a multi-seat, you know what I'm saying. I can't. A joint,
yeah.
And we're sitting there on our own. We're looking around for more, but we've discounted all these others. This is the worst case scenario. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But if it does,
well, we're not expecting to want for other councils not to partner up with us. What could happen if council changed their mind at the last minute and wanted to be a standalone CCO, then the parties that were previously in with us will join up. So we will be a standalone and we wouldn't end up combining with them at the beginning. That's just the risk if we wanted to do that at a later date.
You might also find the Crown gets involved in this if we seem to be messing people around.
oh yeah, no, I'm just looking for because I'm thinking that that's probably the best from what I said, to go into the multi council service delivery model for the future. I mean, this is longevity is what I'm thinking
The
about.
other comment I would make is the other potential partners in our multi-CCO are looking at us about our decision today or preferred resolution, because that sets the scene for them as well. So it's like who goes first. So it's a bit of this and that. Obviously, everyone's looking at it in that
It
way.
seems like we're tittering on the cliff edge. We've actually got to make a decision now and jump off and just trust now.
Well, hopefully your parachute is well designed and it's been thought out and there's a plan.
Okay, Alan, next.
Yes, sir. Basically, I think it's probably, you've suspended standing orders. I think it's time we actually moved back
Okay.
into.
Well, we will soon. So next up, we've got Laura.
The only thing I wanted to ask was, just for clarification, you talked about having another sort of workshop or another litigation of it. When would that be? Would that be just before that final decision needs to be made to central government?
Well, there's probably a number of workshops still to come with, stormwater and so on, but perhaps Ariel can better answer that question.
I'll have to find a time. We do have a process in place to prepare the water services delivery plan, including external review. So I would just need to work through that and look into the diaries, but it would be in July.
Okay, I'm just signaling that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with any sort of delay.
Okay, thank you.
Adele.
Sorry, Adele.
Just through the mayor, just wanted to also remind you that as part of that foundation about who we're going to work with, and one of your resolutions is about the establishment principles. That does set the foundation to how we're going to go about that and to make sure that the expectations of this council are going to be met. So I just wanted to remind you that there is multiple ways to get to the best outcome through this process.
Margaret?
So what am I speaking to? Am I allowed to speak to the motion?
No, we're still in formal discussion. Tracy, we'll get this soon. Tracy?
Just a really quick point. Anne mentioned this, having a cooling off period, and I just sort of highlighted, would there be a cooling off period in our contract with any other councils?
I think, sir, you've got to start making a decision, and we need to have a debate.
All right, Ariel.
In terms of the cooling off, I think what Anne is referring to is that there is that process that we'll work through in terms of the commitment agreement, and those throughout that process, that will obviously be a time when those discussions are happening. If at any point during that discussion, council wants to make a different decision, then that would be something that would have to bring back to council.
No, my point is once it's established, it's something contractual that could be put in an agreement. I'm just highlighting the point that she made and just asking the question. You don't have to answer it now, but is that something that can be considered as a rhetorical question? Okay.
That sounds like a horrendous option for staff uncertainty.
Partnerships and yeah.
It's still come back to council for a final decision anyway.
Sorry, Rodney?
It's still come back to council on the final decision anyway, because you can't pass assets off without a council resolution.
Yeah.
So I think, you've got that built in.
Right. I'm sensing we need to get back to the actual debate. So, sorry, Grant, did you want to have a final comment on this? This is mainly about the wording.
No. Can you just repeat the resolution again, please, one last time?
Sure. That council agrees to proceed with the development of the water services delivery plan on the basis of a joint council water services CCO for council consideration at a future meeting.
And if I could just clarify, just to note that so that would become, in terms of the resolutions, that would become 3. And then the rest of the recommendations after that, the numbering just changes to match. There's no other.
Four comes out, old 3 and old 4 come out.
Yeah.
And then you'll sort the numbering out. I don't need to worry too much about that. Murray. Okay, right, let's, would you like to move that we go back into the standing orders. Councillor Joyce, second. It's not debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right. So I think we've got, I'm assuming there's no more questions.
Happy to move.
Okay, so councillor Joyce moves recommendation, correct me if I'm wrong there, 1, 2, the new 3, which we've discussed, and then just for the sake of clarity, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Would councillor Cox would like to second that? Okay. Debate. Councillor Mowbray.
At last, I'll go back to what I said before,
Please do,
sir.
please do.
I think the staff have been absolutely exemplary with the way they have delivered for us all the information that's been floating around and stuff that hasn't been floating around. And for me, I thought the hearings that we had that came after the public consultation were really enlightening. I thought Gary Webber, his submission for a CCO was clear and really worthwhile. I thought that the McCabe submission was equally so good because they highlighted that in fact, not only we were had a good credit rating, but we had a good standard of water, and that you're giving away so much when you go to a CCO, we lose control. And we have, and the next step will be really quite vital in the description of the shareholders agreement and what we actually want from any CCO. And the need for a human rights consultancy who could range from people from the caliber that we need. And I think it's really important that this is not going to be something that's a job for the boys at all, and that can happen. And I think we have to be very careful on what we do, but because we're giving away so much, and I think how the community feels at the end of the day, they won't worry too much unless the costs go out of control. And so long as they're getting good water and that the sewerage system is operating successfully, and that we have the same standards, if not better, than what we've got at the moment, then I think people will be satisfied with the changes that are to be made. I think when I look back as to the amount of work that we've had to do over on the last government, and then everybody was so dissatisfied with that, and now we're moving to a new system with a new government and a massive amount of reform. The one thing that I think is so important is that our community is kept involved and in touch. And I felt that the submissions processes that we went through to have the Three Waters tucked into a corner when it should have been highlighted in a much greater way and more people involved in the process, I would have been much happier with it, sir. I just feel as though that this is the most important decision this council will make in this decade. And the decade still got a long way to go. So I feel for our staff, I feel for our ratepayers, and I feel for this council. We have been a good council and we have made decisions on our water and our infrastructure. We've kept ahead of time. And I just feel very uncomfortable that we're going down a path from which we cannot return. Although we've been told this morning that if all the members of whoever the CCO is are in agreement, you can unwind the legislation in some time in the future if the need arises. That was, I gather, that was what was said. So smile, Sue, if you will.
I think we're smiling because you used the word, we're not going to be unwinding legislation. I think you misspoke, but we can unwind the decision. I think that's what you meant. My apologies, I interrupted. Please go ahead.
I'm sure. So this decision is really so important. I look forward to the stormwater debate and I hold my fire because that's when I really want to make my final decision. And I thought that the other submitter, which was included in the hearings, stated about the statement of expectations, process of selecting a CCO board, and going to a recruitment agency. So there are decisions to be made from here anyway that will protect our ratepayers and make sure that they've got the best deal that we could possibly get under the circumstances. So, sir, I support the recommendations as they stand.
Thank you, councillor Murray Benj. Next up, I think I have councillor Coxhead.
Thank you very much to the governance team for bearing with and coming up with a good solution to my proposed amendment. Of the, I think it was 12 oral submissions the other day on this, only one was actually in favour of a joint CCO. So I'm very mindful of, yes, there was also the written submissions as well, and largely they did support the joint CCO. However, they weren't given a standalone or an in-house option, sorry, an in-house option anyway. So, and some of the feedback was actually still in favour of in-house, even though it wasn't an option. So I'm just very mindful that I want to do the best thing by the ratepayers and I want to make the right decision. And there is still further information to come. And I still want to be able to see that and analyse that before I make my final decision. So I'm very glad we've come to this decision today about the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Coxhead. Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Thank you. I do agree with councillor Murray Benj. This is a very big decision in terms of our council, but I'm not sure whether I agree that it's necessarily the biggest decision that will be made this decade. Councillor Thwaites likes to remind us from time to time that there are indeed other very significant matters that may come forward. So I'll hold my fire on that. But I just simply want to say that I do believe the evidence that we've had put before us to date indicates that there are efficiencies to be gained by working with others. And so I think it's very important that this report is that the CEO has been commissioned to prepare, assuming we approve this, these recommendations, takes place and we're able to analyse it and decide if the information that we've had so far is not so much viable, was a word I heard earlier, but whether those fact or those informations are credible. And so I think it's important we get on with this work and come to a decision, a point of being able to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour. Councillor Joyce.
So our district was born in 1989. It came out of a rural-based county that did not have well-developed water services. A lot of work's been done by this council over past decades since its birth to rectify that. Many of those water assets are now approaching 30 years old. Normally these assets have a life of around 50 years, and we can see there are strains both from growth, with us needing to spend tens of $millions in Te Puke, but also just some of the age of it, like the Katikati outfall is showing its age. There is a big wedge of work coming on our water services over the next few years that somehow has to be paid for. Government standards, as we've heard, are rising. The water regulator has raised standards for fresh water and is putting in place new wastewater standards. And we know we are struggling to fund growth as a council, and we are a fast-growing district. Further, as we've also heard, multi-council CCO is clearly the preference of the government, and the financing rules being put in place push us really hard in that direction, the big hand on our back, as we often talk about. Why is the government pushing this so hard? It believes that water services should be run at scale by professional directors to deliver safe water and environmentally responsible wastewater and stormwater treatment. Is in-house an option? I think I would invite people to look at page 114 of the agenda. As has been intimated before, it's technically possible, but it would put a huge strain on council finances and risk to ratepayers. And we would effectively be turning the council into a water services company. We wouldn't have any headroom to do anything else. The key difference between this government and the last one is the removal of many layers of bureaucracy that are involved in doing local waters done well. The current government says it is giving us a choice, but frankly, it's Ford's Model T choice, right? You can have any color you like as long as it's black. So what do? Let's look to the submissions. Margaret summarised one. I was very impressed with the Makaroa Residents Association submission, among others. But if you look at what the priorities of the public are, page 111 of the agenda, you can see that it's really straightforward. What people want, and it's been referred to already, is good quality water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. Ensuring safe drinking water, consistent water service. Yeah, these are the things they care about. They don't actually care if we run it or professional directors run it. So if we're going to do the best we can, and we're not making a final decision today, this is one decision point along the way. And there is always a way out if it later on it proves wrong. The way that the governance team has restructured the resolution, I think, is very helpful. The real decision point will come on July the 30th, once we have the water services delivery plan. There's a real danger, as we've heard, in delaying past that. But this gives us a good framework. I would like to reinforce the CEO's comments and Margaret's made similar comments in the past as well, that it's better to go early and help set up the constitution and framework of a water services organisation. That opportunity is lost if we join an established group later. They will not, if 5 councils are in a group and we're coming along as number 6, they're not going to say, well, we're going to rewrite everything from scratch. We'll have missed their opportunity to shape that organisation. And finally, a reminder, yes, this water services delivery plan is not the final word. The government through the DIA will mark our homework and decide if it thinks our plans are viable. And bearing in mind the government's view, we're back to that Ford Model T choice again, aren't we? Any colour as long as it's black. The best we can do for our ratepayers is get the best deal we can for our ratepayers. So let's move forward and do it.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, well, I look at this straight away, and I look at it at what we've taken an oath to do as governance in our district, and to look after our ratepayers, sir, and to look after them as best we can. And one of the things is to try to keep the costs to them now and going into the future as managed well as we can and deliver the services that we are expected to deliver. I am so pleased that we've managed to reassure the situation about a preferred type option with a new clause here instead. And I think that's given still all the direction that our CEO and staff need to continue down a line to offer to us and to put before the public what is workable, we would like to think, and how it's going to go. It's still a moving target in many ways. We seem to find at times, I think government and its agencies seem to still come along and change things, and they will probably get tougher as we go along about the direction they want us to go. But we play the game to the rules that we have now and continue with it. I think my concern about the game going forward, and that's not really what we're debating today, it is our option and how we go ahead. I think it will be our due diligence on what our prospective partners, what their conditions of their infrastructure are like. They surely must think about what ours are like as well. I think we need to be mindful that we still are an organisation that has a lot to offer other areas, other councils, and not to take just the attitude that we are just the little country bumpkins, because we're not. And previous councils have proved to be very good at putting in a lot of the infrastructure that we are now talking about. So to me, we've got a job to continue with that. And I would support this motion going forward now, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. I'll just say a few words myself. For me, a multi-council CCO achieves the best outcome for our ratepayers. The community agrees with 70% express a preference in favour. We received 124 submissions, which is a good number, and I would thank staff for that. I certainly went above and beyond to try and promote it personally. But I'm aware of a neighbouring council who had fewer than 20 submissions. So we've not done a bad job on that one. It also aligns with strong direction from central government, as Councillor Joyce has already mentioned, and broader goals like regional deal. We have received significant comfort from real examples on how local control and voice can be maintained in a multi-council CCO, and there is various assistance and off-ramps available should we be met with unfavourable terms from potential partners. A multi-council CCO is our clear choice to proceed to achieve the strategic objectives that we have already agreed. So I'll be voting in favour of this. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I think the bottom line for all of this has to be the safe, efficient and affordable delivery of 3 waters services to our residents and ratepayers. The government's been pushing us in this direction for some time now, and even if we think the status quo is still a viable option, it's clear that the decision in this direction could well be overruled by the DIA or the Minister for Local Government. Our long-term plan in 2024 was produced with compounding rates rises, 13%, 10%, and then pretty much 7% every year after that. What that looks like to our ratepayers is horrendously increasing cost of rates over time, and this is one way that we can address that disparity. We've heard of stories from our neighbours and even some of our own ratepayers just absolutely horrified by the rates bills that are coming in and being left with the options of either selling their property or, I don't know, finding some other income source that's probably untenable for many. So we have been shown, I think, by the DIA and experts like Marlon Bridge from ex-Water Care Director, that the savings and efficiencies should be achievable if we put in a good governance arrangement with the CCO and a strong shareholder agreement for the joint council. So clearly there are warnings of bad practice as well, like Wellington Water, I guess, and we have to be mindful that we get these next steps right, and we tick all the cross all the T's and dot all the I's and make sure that what we do have is robust. And I guess Miriam is building our parachute for us, and I think we can have some comfort in that, but I am sort of happy with the direction that we're heading, even though during the submission process there were people that told us to reject any such direction from the government for amalgamation or joining up of services. And I'm going to wear some of that when I meet those people, but I think, it was a little bit disappointing with the number of submissions, like say 124 doesn't seem like a lot, but like you said, some other councils didn't have very many. Rotary were only about 54, but and so I guess that comes back to us as decision makers to have done our homework, and I think we have been asking the questions. I think we've come up with some. We've put it on staff to tell us why it works, and we've also put it on the DIA and those people that came to talk to us, and Martin Jenkins to provide us with the why. And so I'm all in all, I think we've ended up in a reasonable place. Still a final decision to be made, and let's see how that goes.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Thwaites.
Thank you. I will be supporting recommendations today. I just see this as a very first small step in the whole line of things, and obviously decisions to come in the future are far more significant than today. Regulation is put forward by central government is just going to come at us like a wave, and a bigger specialist organisation is my preferred option to do that going forward. From a local point of view, our Te Puke project currently underway is the largest single project that I've ever been part of, and it's just unfortunate the timing overlaps with this. I want to see that our focus stays entirely on delivering that revised Te Puke wastewater project, and we incorporate that into our final document, given the scale of it and the importance of it to us. So I see that vitally important. I see household budgets as not being unlimited, and the real danger of this whole water reform is just opening the keys to the lolly shop for people to go berserk. And if you have a water entity with 500% debt borrowing, and then you free up all that extra headroom, councils and CCOs that act irresponsibly, it's going to impact on those residents, just like the decisions of Grant Robertson's policies over the last few years is impacting on us as a country now, so it's not the work to come to monitor that is going to be absolutely vital. But I do see the bigger picture. I do see this not as an amalgamation like others I've been involved in my orchard capacity, where we join up and we share everything, we share debt, we share savings from day one. These are not going to be an amalgamation. These are going to be separate sets of books operating within the CCO. Our debt is still going to stay Western Bay debt as long as Western Bay is going to be there. Sure, you're going to get the benefits of scale, but the debt is still going to be ring-fenced to those parties that are part of us, and so they've got to think about their future implications going forward. So I see that, and I see another part. If financial levies, as they're proposed to become from FinCos and development contributions, are going to be the way forward, they are going to be a vital instrument for the directors to make sure that the debt does not fall back onto existing ratepayers. We must work back towards growth paying for growth. I believe the current councils are sitting somewhere between 20 and 50% recovery. It is not good enough. It has to get higher, and it can't fall on the existing ratepayers. So, but overall, I do see this as just a small step, but there's a lot of challenges ahead. So I wouldn't just tick off July or September as dates. This is going to need ongoing, a strong eye on it, and we can't let debt just blow out, because it will have a tail and it will come back to revisit us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Thwaites. Councillor Henry.
Oh, I'm very pleased that we've come to a resolution today that can actually enable us to move forward and explore the options that are out there waiting for us to look at. I'm very mindful that removing stuff from further out from council and outsourcing them to another entity, which is what we the model that the government's presented to us, has its can have its trials and tribulations, and will be up to this council and the new council to make sure that what the reporting systems and the checks and balances and all that are not going to deliver to our community any less than what they have now. Because I believe that, and I said it at the beginning of this meeting, I believe that we do Three Waters very well here, and we have an excellent team, an excellent water team, and they deliver to us very well. And they, in terms of having it in-house, and Waihi Beach have had the benefit of having the water service team deliver to us and run us through all the facets that they going through when they're making decisions about stormwater. Do we have a dam? What do we do? All that sort of stuff. That will be further away from us. So that to be able to replicate that from the new entity would be hard, but I think that that's what our councillors will need in the future. And so I'm looking forward to our next step, and it's something that we need to take now. Good decision.
Thank you, councillor Henry. So that completes the list of speakers. Oh, no, I see councillor Ray, sorry.
Sorry, I was delaying. Firstly, I'd like to start with acknowledging all the people that did take the time to submit to our plans. Based on what I've heard from the community, from the residents, the ratepayers, you know, they definitely acknowledge the need for a sustainably priced, constant water supply. And that's regardless which side of the district you go to. Savings across the models, they vary and they won't necessarily be seen right away. However, all the numbers that were used and provided to both us now and earlier to make our preferred option decisions were all assumptions, which is the correct process. Martin Jenkins, as well as our staff, have done wonderfully well to do that, and they have executed that wonderfully. So thank you for that. These assumptions, however, led us to have our preferred option of a joint CCO model, just as the government would like us to. However, when one is given a longer period of time and a 230-page document to read through, a much more detailed picture is able to be found from that. I can appreciate our constituents didn't have that to the same level of detail and time and information provided to them in order for them to make their informed preferred decision. And that can be seen very clearly within the submissions, with the 30% of submitters that were unclear and didn't actually provide us with a preferred option. What was also surprising to me from the submissions was the number of people that submitted who don't actually live in the Western Bay and don't actually receive water services from Western Bay. It's very strange to have an opinion on things that don't really affect you. I spent most of my time reading through the submissions that were for the move. I needed to understand why people were for this, because as most are aware, I was never in favour of a joint CCO model. I note that in almost every submission that says that they preferred to join, which is based largely upon price reductions rather than increases, they also asked for other values and needs to be met in order to feel comfortable about joining a CCO. And so after close examination, I've concluded that this is almost impossible under this framework to include some of these things that they wanted to see in order to be comfortable with the changes. Therefore, I won't be supporting the recommendations, and I would not have been supporting point 3, whether it was changed or it wasn't. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Ray. So I think that does bring us to the end of it, and assuming councillor Joyce doesn't need a right to reply. So with that, I will put the motion. So that's the 1, 2, new 3, 4 is scrubbed, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? I think declare that carried. And with that, I think we'd better have a break for morning tea. So we'll come back at 11:15. Thank you very much. your seats, please.
I'm happy to remove the recommendations and speak to them, sir.
Just a moment, just a moment. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. And so we kick things back off with the deliberations and adoption of the 2025-2026 dog control and health registration fees. And we're on page 258. So I've got Dougal in front of us. So Dougal, if you'd like to introduce this report, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to present the paper in front of me, which is, as the Mayor's just quite rightly said, the deliberations and adoption of the 25-26 dog control and health registration fees. If I can assume this is in red, I'd like to go to questions if possible, if that's okay with everybody.
That's perfectly fine. So are there any questions for Dougal or indeed Alison on the way? Can't see any. Okay, so I'm looking for a mover and seconder for those 5 recommendations. Do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Murray-Benge, Councillor Sol. Who would like to speak? Councillor Murray-Benge.
I regret that we've had to put up the charges, but at the same time, the budget demands that we do this. And I think for a lot of careful pet owners, they will be annoyed. But I think overall, it's really important that the budget is encouraged to balance. And I think everybody knows that we provide a good dog service. So I'm more than happy to support these recommendations, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Murray-Benge. I think I would just like to add that this fulfills our LGP commitment to move closer to a more user pays system of fees and charges. So that's the direction that we'd set, and this fulfills that. But I recognise Councillor Sol, who also wishes to speak.
Yes, they're basically the same, and I think we've got to move along, and it's good to see some of the moves made. I do have to say I look forward to perhaps it being looked at again at its costs and so on in the future, and its charges, so that it becomes a little more sustainable for everybody. But yeah, great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
So I understand also the concerns of the public, or a few members of the public. I would just gently point out that, you know, we fund the police through our taxes. But if we're good people, we should never really have to interact with them, but we still have to pay for it. It's a little bit the same way. You know, the dog control people are the police, making sure that the community is safe, or trying to make sure that the community is safe. And that is the benefit to people who have well-behaved dogs. So, you know, I would draw that analogy. I mean, our fees are in some ways well structured in that we give discounts for like neutered dogs and things, which not always other councils do. So we are trying to use it as a steering mechanism as well, to help people make good decisions and save money by making good decisions. I get it, the cost of living is very expensive, but you know, people are still going to be paying for it, just whether they pay for it through their rates or whether they pay for it through the dog charges, and the dog charges are a fairer way, if not perfect, they are a fairer way of achieving that.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. So with that, I think I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Dougal. Moving on to item 11.3, which is the financial performance update quarterly report on page 273. Adele.
Thank you. And apologies from Jonathan today. He's unwell, so I'm here to step in and hopefully I can answer any questions that you may have as well. But just wanted to give you an update on our financial performance for the 9 months ending the March quarter end. And also noting that at next week, Audit Risk and Finance Committee will be presenting the April report. The reason it has come through to council is so that we can increase the frequency of our reporting, noting that the ARF is normally quarterly, so we're looking to make those adjustments moving forward. So for the end of March, we've provided the summary report and noting all the variances. Revenue is above our budgets at 143 million. And that's as a result of the subsidies and grants and the fees and charges being better than planned, as well as the interest revenue. In relation to our expenditure, this has been closely monitored given our discussions with council today that we are in a tight fiscal environment and have been managing in particular our personnel costs, which we'll see are under budget. So our total expenses are at 105 versus a budget of 108, so down 3.1 million. Just to note with council though that although that there's a surplus of $37 million and we have been talking to you about the challenges that we are facing, the area that we've been focused in is around our rates area, our general rates. And so some of the items that you'll see flowing through our revenue and expenditure relate to non-cash items. So just working through those with you. So in our income area is vested asset revenue of $6 million, which is actually a non-cash item. We've also got the proceeds from forestry harvest of 1.07 million, which is offset with expenditure that hadn't been budgeted for. And we also note that our financial contribution revenue is offsetting CapEx requirements. So that is obviously income that doesn't necessarily relate to the expenditure in our P&L statement. So I just wanted to raise that with you. In relation to our capital program, at the moment, we're still forecasting a very good result and with our cash spend of around 90% of the total CapEx budget. So year to date, as at the end of March, is $95 million. And we've got projected spend over May and June of $19 million and $24 million respectively. So we're looking at to forecast a CapEx balance of about $138 million. This is impacting on our debt levels, as you'll see that they are rising. And so to the end of, to the end of March, we're looking at $160 million and we're projecting $175 million by year end, just depending on the level of accruals and physical spend required for that last month in particular. I'm happy to answer any questions of council.
Thank you, Adele. I see Councillor Joyce wants a question.
So a couple of things. In here, we've got corporate services spending up, and I know there's a line in the notes about that. But can you just talk us through, because it talks about increased levels of service, bad debts and unbudgeted staff cost capitalisation, but it's really, that's a bit of jargon. Can we actually talk about why the corporate services spending, in human words, is above budget, please?
Are you talking about the expenditure or the revenue?
Well, there's a balance between the two, obviously, but the expenses are up, and so is the revenue. So but the expenses are up more than the revenue.
So flowing through the corporate services is also the interest relating to all of our internal funding requirements, and that will be cleared out for year end. We are looking at a way that we can represent that better throughout the year, so we don't get some of those variances. In terms of the rates revenue, so yes, the water charges, our volumetric water is down on budget because of the volumes that we're anticipating, which has been reviewed and identified for the annual plan coming up. In terms of some of the work program that we've obviously got the ERP project as well as our HRS project. So initially we had intended to take some of the corporate personnel costs and charge them to the project, and because that project is starting later than we anticipated, some of those costs haven't been pushed through.
Right, okay. Staff costs are almost $1 million below. Do we have any, or will we get at the audit and risk an idea of headcount so we can actually see what's happening there? Because I know we had a bit of a high water of 340 of staff plus T2 last time. So when will we get an idea of how that's changing?
Through the Mayor, I can bring that through to the Audit Risk and Finance
That'd be very helpful. Thank you for that. That's it from me for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Mowbridge.
How long are the loans for, Adele?
Our loans are taken out generally in line with the asset life or sort of the maximum period of our loan. So we've got some loans that are 10 years, some that are 20 and some that are 25. And for where we've had a legal claim settlement, and or we're working through our year-end rating loss from last year. We've got those going over 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coxon.
I notice on page 280, the subsidy for the Heron Crescent development's only, I think it's saying it's only just been received, the 4 million. I just want to ask if that's the case. And it just reminded me with pensioner housing being a ring-fenced activity, when we might expect an update on the financials for that as well, given that we've got the Heron Crescent. Actually, are they actually tenanted now? No.
Through Mr. Chair, no. So it's nearing completion. I think the blessing is scheduled for July.
Okay, so maybe after July, if we could get an update on the financials for that, that would be great.
Yep, at a very high level, and I think there will be an update on the 10th of June at the PNM committee. I know it is still tracking under budget. I'm significantly under budget.
Okay, Councillor Thwaites.
Adele, just in regard to you've got a comment here on 286 about the way budget has been delivered of budget, and then brackets 1.2 million. What's that 1.2 relate to? And of budget, I didn't quite.
Which page are you on, Councillor?
286.
286.
Under communities. Beyond the here in the notes here. You know, that's what I assume, and then I just wondered what the 1.2 relates to.
Through the mayor, I might have to double check there, but I just know that the budget was sitting in a future year. Both the Heron Crescent and the Waihi Beach Library have been done ahead of schedule. And so I just need to look into that, but ultimately both projects are fully funded.
Yeah.
So I think just on that one, through Mr. Chair, so that 1.2 million is the differential from the tender versus the approved budget within the LTP. So if you remember for the award, it came in, I think it was roughly 1.3 million under budget. So I'm pretty sure that's the differential.
And that the report was written, I just struggle with.
Councillor Granger.
I think you're on the same page, probably to Cedric as well. There's a note there on the structure plan, Mokoro stage 1.
Oh, sorry, microphone.
Are we really talking about stage 1? Because stage 1 was finished a long time ago, and I don't know what contracts we're getting on stage 1 still.
Yeah, so I think if I was to rephrase that one, so obviously the Omakura, how I understand it structured, the Omakura stage 1 is the temporary roundabout and the on the state highway, basically that being stage 1, and then effectively we re-tendered the portion from the state highway through to Prole Road. Through that process, we managed to save about 7 million. And then the total savings on that is actually roughly around 10 million. There is a slight delay on the NCTA portion on the state highway, but the remaining still is on track for, I think it's March next year.
Okay, because on the map, stage 1 is the stuff that's north of my property, stage 2 is the other side of the railway, and stage 3 is the new developments are down Prole Road. So that's a planning stages versus
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, Murray. So the planning references are to stage 1, which is well and truly complete. These are road urbanisation stages.
Councillor Daly.
Just a question on the transportation subsidies. The work program ahead of budget comment and being managed to a 3-year cycle. Does this mean that we can draw down the subsidy at any time within the 3 years? If it doesn't have to be confined to a particular financial year?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And as you'll remember last year when we had the updated letter, which is a 3-year coverage, we've said that we're doing some of the program earlier than an even spread of funds. And we're able to get that subsidy in line with the work that's actually delivered, because we have to demonstrate and provide details on the spend.
does that only apply to capital projects, not ongoing maintenance?
Through Chair, no, so that applies basically to the whole FAR funding bucket. So effectively, I think as Callum sort of stated, our strategy is to try and look at the NLTP as one bucket, not in the 3-year cycle. So ideally, we try the more capital delivery or reseals and capital improvements we can do reduces our operating or cost of cyclic maintenance. You'll also recall as part of the RTP and in the annual plan, there was a due to result of the FAR, there was a portion, I think it was roughly about $9 million that was 100% funded by council that would normally get 51%. So the strategy has always been to be in a position at the end of year 2 and year 3 to be able to turn that $9 million into effectively double it with additional subsidy that'll come available. So that's effectively why we're working in a three-year bucket. And you would have seen, obviously, with the 81% subsidy for emergency works and then the low cost, low risk, we've been able to use that portion as council share for those new subsidies that are coming in. So as long as the additional stuff keeps coming from NZTA, we'll be in a good place to maximise that our portion off with additional subsidy.
Just a further question. We wouldn't be in a position where we would draw down all our subsidy before the end of the 3-year cycle, so we'd leave ourselves with a shortfall, or can we go back for top-ups?
No, so effectively the way you'd look at it from an operating OPEX cycle, that remains pretty consistent for year 1, year 2, year 3. That's stab patches, picking up litter, filling in potholes, cleaning signs. That just remains consistent. Really, where the difference is in our rehabs and reseals, the likes of Number 4 Bridge, emergency works, i.e. To use as an example, at the moment we get 81% subsidy for emergency works. So work that we had planned for year 3 has now been pulled forward to year 1, year 2. So we get that 81% rather than it being 51.
Councillor Joyce.
I know it's probably a little bit early, but yeah, there are a lot of non-cash items in here. Have we any idea yet of where we might end up on a cash basis from rates at the end of the year? Because that will be, presumably that would go into the general rate reserve, and that would also inform some of our decision-making on the annual plan.
Through the Mayor, so we're still working on those processes at the moment, and obviously one of the key things is looking at what gets accrued and getting those invoices in. So to the best of our knowledge at the moment, we are tracking as per our conversation with council in terms of that rates requirement and where things were going to land. But in terms of the annual plan, we've also sort of projected out that the next couple of years for you for how we're going to manage that moving forward. So
right.
We're on track as per our discussions to date.
Okay, so just the point being that obviously if we are running ahead of time and actually starting to build up that general rate reserve, it may potentially remove a requirement to put more money aside for it in future. The other one's a technical question. We've talked about some wonderful savings, $7 million on Mokoroa Roading, 1.2 million on the Waihi Beach Library under budget. So where does those surpluses go, bearing in mind they are at least partially funded from financial contributions?
Through the Mayor, so when a project comes in under budget and we've got and often they're loan funded because they are a major capital spend, that is taken into account when we're looking at our closing debt position for that year and setting the rates requirement for the following year. All of our models also for financial contributions are updated for time and cost on any project as it goes through, so that then is reflected through the pricing of the financial contribution requirement.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of the questions, so I'm happy to move that we receive that report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Granger. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Murray-Bench?
Yes, I just want to say, feel a lot more confident with the information that's coming forward to us on our finances to date. And I just think things are looking a lot better. The challenges are still ahead of us, but at the same time, I feel as though we've got control again. And I look at Mokoroa and think it's all a bit of a mess at the moment, but Prol Road is going to be really so significant, and it just takes so long for things to happen. But here we are, and our assets are able to find loans that will see the asset a life of it. And whereas I was reading somewhere where it was a 7-year was all we could get, and I don't quite know where that came from. But however, Mr. Chairman, I'm more than happy to support the recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray Benj. Councillor Henry.
Yes, I'd also like to congratulate the Treasury team on the reporting. It's very valuable and very clearly set out. I'd also like to congratulate the infrastructure team for actually bringing projects in under budget. And that is a very welcome change in my view. And congratulations and thank you for bringing this to us today.
Thank you. So with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So moving on to item 11.4, which is the Waikato Local Authority Shared Services CoLab Constitution Amendment on page 288. So I think Adele, you're explaining this one for us as well.
Through the Mayor. So as you're aware, we are part of the Waikato Local Authority Shared Services Group and joined just over 2 years ago. And they're alternatively known as CoLab. So there was a bit of confusion about the use of the word CoLab across our district. They have come to us seeking to make changes to the underlying constitution, which requires all councils to confirm that as a resolution. And it will enable the changing of the terms for a consecutive the maximum of 2 consecutive 3-year terms by adjusting the 10-year provisions to permit greater flexibility while maintaining a 6-year consecutive service limit. So this is seeking council's endorsement of that recommendation so they can change the constitution.
Any questions, Councillor Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour?
I'm happy to move 1, 2 and 3 if you wish.
Thank you. Do you want to second that? Do you have a question? Okay, why don't you ask the question first and then we'll take it as a second.
Would you know why that limitation was there in the first place?
Through the Mayor, in general, good practice for any governance board member is normally up to between 3 and 6 years.
Okay. So I don't see anyone for debate. It's been moved and seconded. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Alrighty, next up, membership of the Leading for Delivery Subcommittee of the Smart Growth Leadership Group. And that is 11.5 and we're on page 292.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a reasonably self-explanatory report, but just a little bit of background context. Noting that the Smart Growth Strategy and Future Development Strategy were adopted by the partner councils and indeed by Smart Growth Leadership Group last year. Alongside a funding and implementation plan, it became quite clear that the next phase for smart growth was firmly focused on delivery. The Smart Growth Leadership Group, caucusing with the chief executives of the time, concluded that it would be wise to establish a subcommittee of the Smart Growth Leadership Group, aptly named the Leading for Delivery Subcommittee of SLG. The broad terms of reference are attached to this report, and this report seeks Council's approval to appoint Mayor James as the member and Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour as our alternate on that subcommittee.
I think it's also worth pointing out that there'd been some indication from government that they wanted that the Smart Growth Leadership Group as a whole was on the cumbersome side to deal with. So that's partly why this is progressing. But Councillor Joyce.
So I'm just really confused because the wording is very, very vague on this. What does driving mean? Yeah, how does it actually work? I mean, it's obviously not on the roads. So we've got a scope of activities as driving this and driving that. But actually, I have no idea what that actually means. So can someone please enlighten me? Because I mean, it just seems so vague that you could drive a truck through it. You know, it leaves this group to do whatever it likes. I'd also like to know what's its reporting line back to council. You know, what's its actually role? Because this is just so vague.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I think Miriam would like to speak.
Councillor Joyce, my understanding is because Smart Growth is not an entity in itself and it relies on its partner councils in Tangata Whenua, someone actually has to do the doing. And if nothing happens and decisions are made at Smart Growth, they need to make sure that these things happen across all of the entities. And so it's basically the implementation driver for the actions required through Smart Growth. That's my understanding.
Can we get that written down in here? Because it doesn't say that.
So in terms of the actual wording, this went through a little bit of drafting at the meeting. I think these were Mayor Mahi's words, if I recollect correctly. And yes, it's just making sure stuff happens essentially. Councillor Granger.
Thank you. Our CEO has just said that it's a group of disparate councils who have come together to agree to do some stuff, and this committee is going to make them do the stuff. But how does this committee actually force Western Bay to do anything?
It doesn't force anyone to do anything.
Well, so if it can't force anybody to do anything, what's it doing? I mean, how's it going to drive the delivery if it actually can't compel somebody to do something?
Rachel?
I think it's important to recall that we do have an adopted funding and implementation plan, as is required by the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So that was a result of the Future Development Strategy that has been adopted by Smart Growth. Part of the rationale for establishing the subcommittee, as I understand it, is that now we're moving away from sub-regional planning emphasis, more on recognising that partner councils have got jobs to do in terms of unlocking Tauriko West, concluding Omokoro Stage 3 and the big capital projects that we've got alongside that, progressing a spatial planning exercise for Te Puna, all of which have their genesis in the Future Development Strategy. So it really is a smaller engine than the Smart Growth Leadership Committee to actually ensure that the partner councils are delivering on their respective actions included within the funding and implementation plan. And where there are joint actions, for example, the commercial centres strategy, that this group is keeping a tight eye on how that collaborative work is progressing. So in many respects, it's similar to what we would expect the Smart Growth Leadership Group to do. It's just a smaller and more agile group that can come together more quickly.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any more teeth to achieve that than the large group, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's still absolutely incumbent upon the councils committing to progress the Future Development Strategy and each council's respective actions in the funding and implementation plan. So it's always been the case that I use this word a lot, but sovereignty is with the respective councils, especially as we move into an implementation phase. Having said that, though, there are still many significant barriers to speeding up progress. For example, funding and financing tools, all of which require us to be continuing to speak with our government partners and government officials. So that work continues to be lobbied for through the Smart Growth Leadership Group and more particularly through the subcommittee.
Yeah. So just to pick up on that, so we're moving with the government's new direction, we're moving into a quick, a lot of reform and a lot of change and trying to get things done. The Smart Growth Leadership Group is quite a large group, at least 3 members from each council. I think 4 Tangata Whenua members. It's got NZTA, it's got the trucking people, it's got the port. There's a large number of people. So if you're trying to get stuff, discuss things and working through how you're going to get things done, that is a very, very cumbersome way. Even just to organise a meeting, it's a very cumbersome entity. The leading Delivery Subcommittee will report back to Smart Growth Leadership Group, absolutely to keep them up to date. So, sorry, I've got councillor. Oh, so you finish your.
Yeah, I'm still trying to establish how it ends up as a more effective process, because you've got your Smart Growth Group and they have agreed on certain priorities and they're all tabulated and we see them in the agendas and what have you, minutes. So at that point, it still is handed back to the individual councils to do, and they have to report back to Smart Growth to say what they're doing. So putting another level in there, how does it improve anything? How does it make it more efficient? I mean, I'm still lost on that one.
Because if we need to discuss how to get something done as a small group, we can have a meeting next week and it's no problem. Trying to organise 20 people to have a meeting just turns into a real performance. That's just one example, but yeah. Councillor Henry.
Well, that would be really good to see Smart Growth get some things done. That would be great. And if reducing the number of representatives from Western Bay, presuming the fact that you're not having Councillor Thwaites, the chair of the project and monitoring on that committee anymore.
No. So just to be clear, Councillor Thwaites remains on Smart Growth Leadership Group. This is about one. The subcommittee has one member from each council, plus one from Tuggerah Whenua.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thwaites.
Thanks, James. Yeah, I was at this committee when this was drafted on the spot, and I won't be supporting this today. It was a crude attempt by Mahi to just, his original program was a committee of three, Mahi, James, and Priority One. And they were just going to get on and charge. And I went away from that meeting staggered, and I thought, this guy is completely misreading it. Smart Growth doesn't have a budget to do anything. Murray's right onto it. They've got to come back. The fact that he was going to charge off and do this and do that, I just thought he's lost the plot. And Priority One, to their credit, excused themselves from it and Nigel said, no, we don't see ourselves being part of this group. And they actually pulled themselves out of it. So I just think that this was a misled opportunity, and I will be voting against it today, and I will be again at Smart Growth.
Interesting that you voted for it at Smart Growth. But anyway, Councillor Joyce.
Another question from me, since we're still in questions. What's the reporting line from this? Because if the Smart Growth leadership team meets less often, does that mean it'll be even slower reporting back to this council? There's no reporting lines in here at all.
No, so the Leading for Delivery Subcommittee reports back to the Smart Growth Leadership Group. And then as and when that gets reported back to council, or when council needs to make
by the time we see it, it's how long after?
But you get all the agendas and so on. So
this will be public. This subcommittee will meet publicly, and people can see the agendas on the website.
I think it's yes. Yeah, will be yes.
So that's not in here either. There's so many things I still don't understand.
No, it's a subcommittee under the Local Government Act, so that you don't need to specify the rules of how.
It's not subject to standing orders as far as
See, that's the thing. I mean, it's so vague. I mean, I'm not against the idea. I think a small group that gets together more regularly is a great idea. But it's just everything in this thing is 1.5 pages, and it just doesn't seem to have been thought through very clearly.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Just really, it's sort of been presented as a new paradigm or a new way of doing things. And I'm just reflecting back on the way things used to be with an independent chair and people like Ken Tremaine, who was sort of the doer, I guess, and also the CEO leadership group, I think, pretty much went away and did all the mahi, didn't they, on behalf of Smart Growth. But it does seem like quite a significant change from that approach. And I guess the reasons being given, but it does seem a little bit light on maybe oversight from the CEO input, perhaps, where the knowledge base really lies, I suppose. But it's an interesting approach, but hearing the concerns around the room, it does seem a little bit half-baked.
Before we have other councillors ask questions, it might be good to give a little bit of background about how this came about, Rachel, and about what's in place prior to, just quickly, because I think there needs a bit of context.
Sure. There is significant layers of smart growth bureaucracy, I don't want to use that word, but and starting with the Smart Growth Managers Group, which includes senior managers, and that has been in place for nigh on 20 years. So that involves senior managers across the council's tangata whenua representation through the tupakari advisors as part of Smart Growth, including senior government officials. That is typically where I would sit and some of my staff would sit. That group provides has an iterative relationship with the chief executives. So ensuring that the chief executives are well briefed at what's bubbling away at our level. That comes through to the Smart Growth Implementation Group, which is the old Chief Executives Advisory Group. It's changed names, but the intent is still the same. And then accordingly, it is the chief executives ultimately together with the Smart Growth Office that determine the agenda for the Smart Growth Leadership Group. The fundamental reason, as I mentioned earlier, as to why the Leading for Delivery subcommittee has been mooted by the mayors and chair and chief executives is because we've moved away from planning firmly into implementation. And alongside that, as the Mayor has mentioned, are some related government policy processes, for example, fast track and regional deal, all of which need an agile sub-regional lens. So actually having a subcommittee in place, not instead of, but a subcommittee that can meet more in a more flexible and agile way, enables the sub-region to keep an eye on a fast developing, particularly once we get a sense of where the government is going with regional deals, and fast track can meet collectively on big strategic issues that are affecting the sub-region. So they're not just solely the domain of the Smart Growth Spatial Plan or the Future Development Strategy.
And just one last comment. It seems like engaging with and reporting back to Smart Growth Leadership Group once or twice each year to maintain relationships and inform priorities. You talk about the need for being agile and responding to fast-moving central government reforms or whatever, but once or twice a year reporting back, a lot can happen in that time.
I would just say that that's not actually changed at the moment. So as you know, I currently chair Smart Growth, and so the current meeting schedule has been maintained. We can reevaluate that next year. I think there is a difference between Smart Growth as a planning organisation and moving into delivery, where if we're not doing so much planning, then the whole group doesn't need to meet to discuss plans continually when we're not doing the planning side of things.
And I was just going to add, Mayor James, that nothing that is discussed, in my view, at the Leading for Delivery subcommittee should be a surprise for this council, because everything that we're doing to progress our obligations under the Future Development Strategy are firmly reflected in our long-term plan in terms of our capital program and in our planning program. So, for example, spatial plans, which we will talk about later on this afternoon. So it's really just an opportunity for each of the councils, the leadership of each of the councils, to absolutely understand who is doing what to progress our obligations under the funding and implementation plan.
Rachel, I sense some unease, but I would urge councillors not to, just because you've not been involved in the nitty gritty of smart growth and perhaps haven't understood it, that's not a reason to not go with this. So I think what I might commit to is that if through my mayor's reports I can update councillors on what exactly has happened at these leading for delivery subcommittees, and therefore you get that direct feedback and help understand, because look, we haven't had a meeting yet. How it exactly works, hasn't exactly been tied down yet either. I know the first meeting is scheduled for the 4th of June, so pretty soon. But I'm happy to give that commitment so that we can, you keep tabs on what's going on. Councillor Granger.
So we have an implementation group, and now we have to have another one, and we can't.
Microphone.
As Rachel rightly points out, that isn't in our long. So how does this group something that doesn't exist, other than we're going to do it anyways?
So if we need to progress something in our implementation plan, we need to have hard conversations with government. That is best done through a small subcommittee with a minister or officials, rather than in a big open arena of NZTA and Port and everyone else.
Councillors, can I also say, in terms of smart growth, for those of us who've been around for a long time, that's the vehicle that the government likes to have conversations sub-regionally. So it's a very important vehicle. So I'm not talking about the subcommittee, but especially through a time of a lot of change going on at the moment, I think it's imperative that we maintain those relationships. They are coming to smart growth as government agencies to talk over things in the region. So rather than going to individual councils, so it's an important vehicle that we need to have a profile.
Councillor Sol, I think was next.
So then, following on from this and how we're talking, setting up another group like this, I have to admit, sort of does take the form of just another bit of bureaucracy. Has there been any consideration of actually changing the actual management group, the leadership group, sorry, should I say, instead, and reforming that, and then having perhaps your executive of it doing the actual lobbying? Again, we're just creating, as I think has been pointed out, just another group and then another lot, and it's just, concerns me.
Councillor Sol, so at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we can practically do stuff that's agreed at smart growth sub-regionally. If we didn't have an officers subcommittee that worked with other agencies, it would be left to elected members to do. And I don't know how that would be facilitated in terms of implementation. The planning, the spatial planning and the regional plan have pretty much been fixed and set. And now we're moving to actually on the ground doing stuff. If we didn't have an officer group that was meeting and talking through all those things, it would be quite difficult about coordinating what all our councils are doing, unless there was some other committee or something set up to make sure it happened at an officer level. So that's actually at the doing level.
Okay. Councillor Ray.
Please forgive me if these answers are somewhere in the paper. I did try and look again. So I just wanted to ask, the timing of this is strange to me. So I'm just trying to understand. So if we approve to the membership today, how does that work with the incoming election? And would there be another review of the committee, or would they automatically remain in those seats? Or how does that work, please?
You'd have to, I can answer that. So obviously you have to be the mayor or chair of council to be on that subcommittee.
Okay, so it would need another review. Should that
well, it's not
change?
where you wouldn't have a review of the committee. You'd have the personnel would change. Yeah.
Okay. So last question then: is this are these paid memberships?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It's just this is like a subcommittee, like the Te Puke Spatial Plan subcommittee, just having a slightly more focused or different group than the wider group. That's all it's.
I just wanted to understand if there was more money that one would receive if they were a member.
I wish, but no, not at all. Councillor Mahobenge.
Sir, I have a problem. I think Rachel has described so well what we do so well. And I think the subcommittee is important. I just really question again smart growth itself. As we go through the reforms that are required and how to save money, I cannot see that smart growth has really served us well in the long term in the time that I've been here. You just need a change of government and suddenly the bureaucracy all changes again and the deck chairs get shuffled and the bureaucracy exists, but we don't have the results that we want. And we certainly didn't under the last government. You only have to look at State Highway 2 to know what a catastrophe that was. Thanks very much, Smart Growth. You did nothing to actually help stand up to the government, and yet you sat around the table, so-called with the government, in order to actually make things happen. I agree that subcommittees of our local authorities make good sense, and at both staff level and at elected rep level. That's the way it was in the past, and that's the way it should be. But I do believe that we need to actually review Smart Growth's operation totally accordingly with priority one. I'm not quite sure that they actually do other than go off on a tangent and we are left sort of strangled. We're quite capable of making the decisions. And as for fast track legislation, I want that to come back to this council and not go into any subcommittee to fiddle around with it. We need action in this place, and all this bureaucracy slows it down. So, sir, I'm in favour of a subcommittee. Miriam, I'm in favour of the staff subcommittee, but I want to see Smart Growth change, and I want to see priority one change as well.
Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate your feedback. And I think what I would say is that this is part of that change you want. So you say that hasn't achieved anything or hasn't done enough. And I think that's a criticism that has been widely heard. This is a move to try and change that and improve things. Rachel.
Yeah, James, just to round out the conversation on the themes that Councillor Murray-Bench has raised, I think it is important to note that the nexus of smart growth, so regardless, and it's not my place to pass comment on the effectiveness of smart growth, but regardless of that, being really aware of the resource management reform that is hurtling toward us, and that is going to force us into planning more regionally, possibly sub-regionally, but as proposed at the moment, the emphasis is on regions. So in that regard, smart growth has set us up well as a sub-region because we are ahead of the game in the sense that we have already got a future development strategy or a spatial plan for the sub-region. So in that regard, smart growth is, and the planning that smart growth has done is a really good foundation for future discussions as the resource management legislation emerges. And the last thing I'll say is that once we have more clarity around the new resource management system, and regardless of local government elections, there will come a point in time where it becomes sensible to review smart growth in the context of that new legislation, and does it remain fit for purpose with new planning acts and new natural environment acts?
Second question, sir, through you to Rachel. At which stage does the local authority actually get involved in that after the election? How do we actually make sure that the chair of the regional council, the mayor of Western Bay and the mayor of Tauranga sit around the table and get on with the job?
In terms of this, whether or not smart growth remains fit for purpose for the future, I think we really need to have our resource management legislation land and to understand how we are going to work together as a sub-region. I think regardless to the point that you raised, Councillor Soul, around whether or not there was merit in reviewing the Smart Growth Managers Group. If that didn't exist, we would still work together because we have to. So we can't progress anything with a sub-regional lens without our partner colleagues, and we will continue to do so regardless of whether that management group existed or not. It's just makes sense. So I think the time will become clearer, Councillor Murray-Benge, once we have the package of reform that we're waiting for. So later on this year, and once we see the results of our local government election too for us in the region.
Councillor Granger.
Yes, so given that Rachel and the comments in here under review of this committee, proposed committee, are we not getting ahead of ourselves? Would it not be better to wait until we had a regional deal, wait until we know what the reforms are, and then we know what needs to be delivered, and then we know what sort of committee we need to do it? We're getting it in the wrong order.
This is setting us up so we're ready. That's so rather than, you know, if we get a regional deal and then goes through council processes and just a couple of months down the line you're still chatting about stuff, this is setting things up so we are ready. Okay, I'm conscious that the recommendation is about membership of this rather than anything else, but Councillor Joyce, did you?
I'd like to move this lay upon the table. I'm not really very happy with the lack of detail here. There's no clear delegations, there's no clear reporting line, the terms of reference are vague. I would suggest we ask this group to go back and try again. I've got a seconder.
That will, yeah, okay, problematic, but you moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Murray-Benge. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the next item, recommendatory report reconciliation of Katikati Community Town Centre Fund, Town Centre Development Fund, page 296.
Thank you, Mayor James. There is a long backstory to this recommendatory report, which our councillors on the community board have traversed over many, many months. I think the potted summary is included in the recommendatory report, but just to note that staff, our finance staff and others have done an historic reconciliation and a necessary reconciliation of the approach that was taken to the Katikati Town Centre Development Reserve, going back as far as 2012. What we did discover was that we had two rating streams being reconciled into the same reserve, and some anomalous or some rating anomalies have occurred historically, particularly in relation to the decisions made by council over a number of long-term plans and annual plans to increase the rate for, or the budget amount for Catch Katikati, who is funded through the Katikati Town Centre promotion rate. What we know is that while those contract amounts were increased in the budget and in the annual plan, the rating didn't increase to ensure that we were rating enough to cover that amount. So what we did have was the Katikati Town Centre development rate making up the difference. What the Katikati Community Board have resolved to do and what they have recommended to council is essentially Now that we've done that historic reconciliation and we have provided the community board with a suite of resolutions that show how funds were committed out of the Town Centre Development Reserve since the time of the Western Bay Museum coming on stream and the library being built, is that we should essentially let sleeping dogs lie, if I might use that term. And their recommendation to council is that council approves the historic overspend of the Katikati Town Centre Promotion Rate Fund in the sum of $160,000 approximately, being offset by the Katikati Town Centre Development Rate to avoid the need for a rates charge back to the community, noting that it's the same area of benefit and the same Katikati ratepayers.
Councillor Joyce.
So this report covers the big number, which is, as you've described, the accident of spending money the wrong way. But there's also some other matters, like some money from this was also spent in Te Puke. And I know that's been reversed out in a couple other places.
Can you speak into your microphone a bit closer?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to. There was also some cases of money spent completely outside Katikati, right? Several tens of thousands. So can we hear a little bit about that, please, and how that happened? Because my concern is that we have a resolution for this and it's very pragmatic, but how can we be confident this hasn't happened with other funds and reserve funds around the council? Because, you know, some of this money was spent in Te Puke. Well, how do we know that if there's a reserve fund in Te Puke that it wasn't spent elsewhere? We don't seem to have had historically good controls on this fund, and it goes beyond the Town Centre Promotion Fund. It actually goes to where money was spent outside the area of benefit.
So, Mr. Chair, that is not the purpose of this report today. This is purely a recommendatory report. The debate having the matter having been requested, or the forensic investigation having been requested by the community board, and the debate having and the questions having happened at the community board. So neither Adele nor I are in a position to traverse the reconciliation with you, and it's not an attachment to this report. So if that is something that council wishes to have brought back to a future agenda, then we can
just to
certainly do
help you
that.
there, Rachel, I think it's a valid question, but that is something to be raised through the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, not as a recommendation report from the community board. So I hear what you say, but I think this is the that would be the appropriate mechanism. But Adele wishes to speak.
And I'll just note that we do have all of these accounts are physically on our reserves of council, which are reported through our annual report. We've now taken the measure of including all the funds within the community board, so they've got the visibility over those in terms of that transparency. In terms of the historical information, it should be accounted for each and every year in terms of the annual report, but we've acknowledged that this one had the mix, but we've certainly got improved processes within the team to make sure that we've got sign off on what's going through the accounts.
I'd pick up on the Mayor's point. I think it would be good to have an idea that this is not happening somewhere else in the council, and I'm fine with it not being addressed today, but I would like a report for the Audit and Risk Committee on how we can ensure this has not happened in other places across the council. Bearing in mind this goes back more than 10 years on it, so it's not, you don't want to spend a lot of time chasing your tail, but if it's happened once, then we can't really be sure it hasn't happened again.
Councillor Maybench.
I support the recommendation, sir, and I look forward to the report that comes forward to us about the funding and the finances for any new community board that's established. And I'm quite sure that we'll be able to get a better feel for the structure when that report comes through.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Joyce. Seconding Councillor Coxhead. Any debate on this one? Councillor Joyce.
I'd just like to thank the chairman of the Katikati Community Board for doing this. I mean, it wasn't an easy journey, and some of us had to help out along the way, but he did the math and saw that there was a gap. It's not a happy result, we've had to basically accept what's been done has been done in this regard. I know the other matters which I spoke have been reversed. But the only other option is to increase the rates on Katikati people. So the money's been spent, it's been spent within Katikati. I think it's a good pragmatic solution. The community board, after much toing and froing, has accepted that this can't be absolutely fixed. We can't restore the Town Centre Development Fund as it should be. So we're stuck where we are. And rather than going back hand in pocket to our ratepayers for more money, which is the only other real option, then the community board has agreed this is the best way forward. And I agree with them that in the circumstances we are where we are, let's deal with this and move on.
Thank you. Don't see other speakers, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. So we now have the next recommendation report from the Katikati Community Board on Kotahi Lane strategic land. That's on page 306. Now I'm going to suggest this recommendation is premature. We need a proper evaluation of what use this land might support, and indeed if it should be retained by council at all. So I'm suggesting a replacement recommendation 2, which I'll read out to you now. That council requests for staff to progress a strategic discussion and report back regarding the future of council's land between Kotahi Lane and the Uretara stream, noting that the suggestions from the Katikati Community Board would be more appropriately considered as part of a wider conversation, and noting the intention in the Katikati Town Centre Plan 2022 for residential development and upgraded car park and recreational facilities. So basically it's rather than just go straight to something that the community boards picked out the air, frankly, we have a proper evaluation of what use that land might be put to. So is there any questions on that? You're on the seconder? Okay. Before we go to the debate, is there any questions on that further? No? Okay. Any debate? Councillor Henry.
Yeah, this area has concerned me for a long time. Prior to the 6 years nearly 6 years that I've been around this council, that land has been secured with council money without any talk in the community about how that land is going to be used. So I'm very, very welcoming of this being brought through the community, Katikati Community Board, for us to be able to explore the options that we've got there. And I realise that some of the reason it was purchased were because the council was waiting for the land that they now have, and the work is being carried out at the moment down at the landing. And this is just this is now, they've got the land that they got, so now is the time to come in and look at how that area is going to be realised for the community. So well done to the community board.
Thank you.
And the staff for picking it up.
Okay, thank you. No, I would just say that it has been consulted on through the town centre plan, but the potential uses might have changed since then because of practical considerations. But that's something we need to the report and discussion will cover that, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, if there's no further speakers, I'll put the motion, so that's recommendation 1 and the new recommendation 2. I'll put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, we can have a chat later if you like. Another recommendation report from Omokura Community Board, request for CCTV at the Tralee Street and Margaret Place intersection, Omokura. And I think Cedric might be up on this one.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So happy to take the report as read. Unfortunately, Kerry is on holiday at the moment. So as the mayor suggested, this is obviously a request to put 2 CCTV cameras up in Omokura. I understand this is supported by the community board and is funded as part of the town centre development rate that was left over.
Thank you, Cedric. Councillor Granger.
Just a very small point. Margaret Place hasn't existed for 12 years, since 2012. Margaret Drive.
I did have one or two comments to make on this and perhaps clarify some points. So the CCTV Management Plan 2022 says that operational costs are 3,673 per year for a CCTV on average, and this includes depreciation over 3 years with a life expectancy of 3 to 8 years. Through the LTP in 2031, Council has an annual budget for years 22 to 31 for operational costs associated with the purchase of up to 2 cameras purchased annually by community boards between 2022 and 2028. So I'm therefore querying, it seemed that paragraph 5 in the report is possibly incorrect. We may not have insurance for damaged cameras, but we are funding depreciation based on renewing them every 3 years. So I would therefore like recommendation 3 to clearly relate to the budget Council has set aside for cameras purchased by community boards outside of the annual CCTV funding process, and to acknowledge that the operational cost includes periodic replacement. So my suggestion would be at the end of recommendation 3, where it goes that Council agrees to include monitoring in the current contract and to cover the ongoing maintenance costs for the camera, I would add, as provided for in existing budgets for CCTV cameras purchased by community boards outside of the annual CCTV funding process, and which includes the cost of periodic replacement if stolen or damaged. Councillor Joyce.
So as I understand it, we've recently changed our monitoring, or in the process of changing our monitoring of this being on the CCTV subcommittee. We've heard about this. So as I understand it, our annual monitoring costs per camera have gone down quite a lot. So just want to check whether that is actually a significant sum of money now, because the 3.5 grand or whatever it was that you mentioned, is that still the case, or has it actually got a lot cheaper?
So the monitoring cost is not what we're talking about here. It was always envisaged that Council would take on the monitoring cost because the incremental cost is either zero or very little. It's the question is in paragraph 5 in the report, it talks about Council did not have insurance on the camera, so if it was stolen or damaged, it would need to be replaced at the cost of the Imokara Community Board.
So how does that differ from other council assets? Because the reasons why it's not covered by insurance is well below our excess, right? So, you know, our excess is quite high because we self-insure to a degree because we're a large organisation. And it's just like if you're medical insurance, you have a really low excess, you basically pay for it through your insurance premium. So how is this different to any other asset? Because it's a council asset.
Yep. So the question is, should the community board pay for if it gets broken, or should it be council? I'm saying that council has budgeted for this in terms of being fully depreciated every 3 years.
So, I mean, it's small sums of money compared to the rest of council, right?
I'm not trying to make this into a big deal here. We've discussed local water done well earlier. I'm not going to try and turn it into a multi-billion-dollar issue, but that's my perception from going through the CCTV policy and management plan 4 years ago now. I just want to make sure we're just doing the right thing. Cedric, did you want to come in at all on this?
Yeah, so through Mr. Chair, I liken this to a lot of things that we do from community, whether it's a community board or other aspects. So like if you spend your community rating rate and you put a new footpath in, or you're doing work in Peter Watson space, you put in a new rubbish bin or something else. The asset managers effectively, part of the long-term process, update the asset management plan to reflect the new assets that are coming on. So effectively, when that comes through, your operating budgets are increased to reflect, I guess, another 2 CCTV cameras, another 3 bins that have been requested. Effectively, the upfront capital cost, or whatever that comes through those different boards or different community requests, I guess something that's probably not clear is that the process automatically resorts to the asset manager to allow for the costs through the AMPs. So there's not often a lot of conversation about if we allow, say, a community board to put in this 2 kilometre long footpath, who pays the ongoing operating for that. It is often assumed that it is included in.
That's absolutely correct. But what I'm saying is that was specifically included in the asset management plan, but they're in the operational cost through the management plan, CCTV management plan. So the costs of maintaining those cameras and the maintaining of is $3,500 or so a year. So that must include replacement. So that funding is built into the model, into the LTP.
Yep, so I read number 5 as how you see it, as the maintenance costs are absorbed by council through that. It's just stipulating there, I think what you regard as what happens if it is effectively stolen or damaged, how is that replaced? Because there's effectively no capital funding for that. It'd have to come back, I guess, for approval for additional money.
But it is funded because that's what the management plan said, is that it's depreciated on the basis it has a lifespan of 3 to 8 years.
Yeah, you're correct. So, but I guess if it had a life of, say, 10 years, the camera, and then it was damaged at year 2, you'd only have recovered costs for 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have to work on averages.
Yeah.
I mean, that's yeah.
Yep, but if that's it, I'm happy with the amendment.
Any other questions? Councillor Maybench.
Just really a comment, Sir, if it's ready. And that is Alan and Laura and I we have the problem. Alan?
Sorry, was it?
It's real. Is it you? Oh, right. Sorry. It's a while ago, sir. And we make the decision as to where the cameras go and how many we can afford. And under the previous mayor, when he was first elected, I can remember him saying in there that cameras were central government's responsibility. Well, of course, that hasn't, and we were able to squeeze 50,000 into the budget to cover the cost of cameras. And so we struggle really to find where the cameras will go, and we usually decide one in each ward. And that's what we've done this time. So I'm delighted to think that the community board is listening to their policing group, and they've got a good one at Amokara, and are prepared to fund this camera. How we maintain it is an issue that I think will come through the budget process as to whether we need to change anything or not. We haven't got enough money in there to meet the needs of the number of cameras that are required across our district. And they are such an important safety issue for the community. Whether you're looking at roading and working with the police, they're delighted to think that we have this cooperation and we can get things done that benefit the safety of our communities. So I'm very much in favour of all of it. And if you want to add that extra bit, fine, but I'm happy as it is.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Dowling.
James, you made when you quoted the policy, you made a comment about community boards could initiate 2 cameras per year. Is that correct?
Between the 5 community boards, 2 per year.
Yeah. So that's exclusive of the CCTV fund.
That's correct.
Yeah. So just reading the policy, the average cost of a camera, including installation costs, I'm not sure if you see this or not.
I said 3,673, I think it was.
Is approximately 5,800.
Oh, sorry, to buy new, but I think the cost, operational cost per year, 3,673.
Yeah.
Back in 2021.
But the purchase cost, the average cost of a camera, including installation costs today, is approximately 5,800. And we've got a cost here of $25,000. It's quite a significant increase in costs. And it seems like we probably need to review this policy, or certainly the costings. And
I think Councillor Granger can probably speak to why it might be more there, or maybe Cedric, but there's always been a wide variation in how much a camera costs, just because whether it's connected up to, there's a power source nearby, or whatever else. So that's that. I don't think it's not so much that the number's wrong, it's just it varies so much between locations.
Yeah, and the line of sight Wi-Fi, I think that's one of the big considerations that we had in Te Puke, but yeah, I think what there was something else I wanted to say, but I've just forgotten now in regards to the operational, but there's also the fact that our community boards, HAP community boards, they may have lost sight of the fact that they can initiate 2 cameras per year. I'm not sure if that's any other than this one have been initiated since we developed this policy, but interesting to get some history on how that's played out.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure that has happened much. I mean, the intention was fundamentally that through the main CCTV funding process, that sort of controls the number of councillors. But at the time, it was felt that community boards should have the option to do their own to a limited extent.
And I just this round of CCTV funding, I don't recall seeing the decision coming through a meeting, unless I just missed that. But was this year's round completed and announced?
I'll get a bit off topic, but I think that's a perfectly valid thing to ask, and I think we should have that reported back to us. I'm also conscious, and I have mentioned this elsewhere, that the facilities and the community fund needs to come back to us for reporting as well. I think that was from last year, and I don't think it ever came to us. So that was something that we should get reported back. Thank you, Councillor Dunny. Right, I see Councillor Joyce had a question.
Just one to the CEO, really. Is it really advisable that we put the management of small assets into different pots? Or could the actual cost of managing all those pots exceed the benefit to the ratepayer of using all those pots? Because we don't do this with any other assets that we sort of say, well, the maintenance goes back to the community board. It seems to be an exception that perhaps that policy was perhaps not so well advised. I mean, how are you going to keep track of all these little assets everywhere that you have to go into these little plots?
So just to be clear, the maintenance is not going back to community boards. The impetus for the CCTV policy 4 years ago was that community boards were paying all the maintenance. It was all a bit hit and miss, and council was picking it up and not picking it up. So this clarified that and made it the maintenance to be paid for by council.
Right, but depreciation.
You were there at the time, I think.
Depreciation and other things as well. I mean, it's all covered in here.
So there's a little bit of background to this. In terms of CCTV, was never a council funded activity, which is what Margaret refers to. And it was always seen back in the early days that it was something that should have been funded by central government and by the police. The police used to come to community boards and used to come to councils going back a fair time and ask for CCTV coverage or ask for us to provide CCTV coverage. We had a number of events. I can remember back Pukahina Beach where we had some major thefts and car issues, and we had some stuff in Katikati. And so what happened was the community boards thought that with their choice on their revenue, they might get particular areas covered by CCTV. So that's how it grew over time. But it was never agreed that it was an activity of council per se, because it's a substantial activity if you follow it through. There will be hundreds and hundreds of sites that we could put CCTV at. Our first ones were actually where there were fly dumping. If those of you around remember back to Calvin Hill's time, we had fly dumping in the regional, in the rural area, and that proved very effective. And then it grew from, we want to keep an eye on crime, we want to keep an eye on, CIPTED principles. So it's grown over time to quite a big activity of council now, and it requires quite a bit of money to replace. So originally it was thought we would just provide those specific areas that the community boards had a really big issue with. Sometimes they're outside schools as well. And sometimes funding was provided outside of community board areas. I think of the Oropi School, CCTV, because we were giving funding to the community boards and the rural community didn't have a funding avenue. So that's where it came from. It was never really decided who was going to maintain the ongoing costs, because the maintenance costs and the replacement costs are significant. And obviously over time, council's taken that on. So now it's a different beast that council operates. So I suppose it's over to you about how you want to manage it. But I would say it's a significant spend if we follow through, and you have to have some really rigid criteria to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. That would be my comment.
And thank you, Mary. I think that's why the fund was set at 50,000 per year, and it was only set for 3 years. Now we've extended that through the last LTP, and that's the decision council came to. Personally, I would think that that shouldn't continue forever and day. We just continue to build a bigger and bigger network of cameras whereby the operating cost gets excessive. So at some point, my view is we should consider where we turn the tap off. But council's decision so far is to continue it for the time being. But further to Miriam's point, as I said, the whole point of the management plan and policy is that we do account for the operational costs and who's paying and why and all those fundamental questions, rather than it being just entirely community board led and then getting out of hand. Councillor Murray-Benj.
I think, sir, I could ask the two councillors who sit on the community board, the 25,000 will more than pay for this CCTV camera, plus the maintenance, plus the insurance while the jolly camera exists. Otherwise, if we take the maintenance back in-house, they could actually have another community CCTV camera. But I must say, sir, while I'm on my feet, that the wonderful thing about our staff is that Kiri Little and Pam, who works with her, are absolutely brilliant at finding funding and working with reserves, Peter Watson and co, and making sure that we get the best value for our dollar that we possibly can. And I think our staff are to be congratulated on that. You just don't know how much background work actually goes in to making these cameras successful. We're very lucky to have the staff we do.
Thank you, Councillor Murray-Benj. I've got Councillor Sol, but I'm conscious that they've got a specific, we've got recommendations here rather than talk about CCTV, really generally. But Councillor Sol, if you'd like to.
Yes, sir. Well, probably in this room, I have more experience in these and managing and viewing than anybody else. Having had a team of over 25 people monitoring, etc., as volunteers and fully policefully vetted, etc. But to me, I think we just got to look at this. I'm more than happy to support it, sir. And again, when we read the actual recommendation or coming through, number 3, it says up to, and I think that is just something that the community board has been smart enough to do, to give the room for any external or operational issues that come up in empowering it, getting it Wi-Fi, getting it hooked up and through the system. Let's do it, because to be honest, our communities need more security than what they're getting at present. And it looks like it's council that's going to have to provide a fair bit of it.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. So with that, I think I'm happy to move the 3 recommendation 1, 2, and 3, and the addition onto the second part of recommendation 3. Would you like me to read it out again? Yes, please. So it's that council agrees to include monitoring in the current contract and to cover the ongoing maintenance costs for the camera, as provided for in existing budgets for CCTV cameras purchased by community boards outside of the annual CCTV funding process, and which includes the cost of periodic replacement if stolen or damaged. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Murray-Benj. Any debate? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Cedric. Right, moving on to my report.
Lunch question is, sir, what do you do in your spare time?
Yeah, so look, I do have an update on Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. Just find that. So you'll recall that leaving LGNZ created uncertainty on that. That looks like that was not ultimately an issue. But nevertheless, the situation around MSD funding has changed, and it's looking almost certain that we will withdraw from MTFJ. We await the final contract from MSD, but the indications are that the revised contract framework is not going to be workable for us. I've consulted quite a lot with staff and with other mayors, and discussed this with Minister Upston. And look, the situation is disappointing to say the least, but I remain open to rejoining when the framework improves in the future. I do want to take the time now to thank Davina and CoLab for all their mahi in support of this kaupapa and the rangatahi they have assisted to work. They've done a great job. I also would like to clarify that my mentoring of GIA through the 2-year program will continue. That's a different strand. So disappointing, but that's where things are, and a number of other mayors are leaving as well. So that's where that is. And then secondly, on regional deals, I have no update to provide at this time. So there we are. Councillor Coxhead.
Just something that came up the last time we did this, and you attended the local government zone meeting after we'd resigned. And I just wondered what your intentions were going forward with that.
So we did cover this in the last meeting. It's appropriate that I attend meetings as necessary.
So in the past, when we've had a vote on something, whether we voted in favour or not, we've had to uphold the decision for the purposes of public appearance.
The decision was to continue our membership of LGNZ.
Pardon?
The decision we made was to continue our membership of LGNZ.
Not to.
Oh,
not to
sorry.
Continue. To just continue.
Sorry, wrong way around.
You've one of those days.
It was to continue, but it was lost. So you're right. So we discontinued our membership.
Yeah.
But that does not, that does not bind me to what meetings I can go to and who I can.
I'm thinking optics, it actually isn't a good look. You attending. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you my thoughts. And whenever there's been things I haven't voted in favour of and they've gone ahead. And in the interest of maintaining professionality, I haven't gone and voiced my dissent on that either.
I'm not voicing my dissent. I've just attended meetings which is incumbent on me to attend.
I think you're publicly demonstrating it. Yeah, that's just my view. I just wanted to get it off my chest.
Sure. I mean, there was some in this room who voted to leave and then subsequently attended meetings. I think that's a bad look, but as you know, I voted to remain in LGNZ and comfortable that I can and should have meetings with my colleagues.
I think it's inappropriate that anybody from this council attends.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
I just want to be clarified. So we were told during that debate that the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs funding was at risk, and you're now saying that wasn't the case?
It seems that way, yes.
Okay, so we were unfortunately misinformed.
It was unclear. I mean,
yeah. Okay. Can you explain? I understand the change, and you've said it doesn't work for us. Can you just explain why it doesn't work for us? Because I just would like to know what the issue is there. I mean, and the other one is just if you want to attend LGNZ meetings as a private citizen, because you can't represent the council because we're not members, then the council shouldn't be meeting the cost of that.
So your first, sorry, remind me your first question, sorry.
It was about just, you explained it in here. And by the way, I'd like to thank you for putting a bit more meat in the
Mayor's report, the MTF change.
We haven't had that before.
So the issue there is it's changed from a focus on needs, so that's youth, not in education, employment or training. Now it is focusing on young people who are beneficiaries.
19 to 23-year-olds.
Yeah. And that means that we are in direct competition with the local MSD office, and they're incumbent to refer people to us. But it just creates a bit of friction and unhealthy competition, I would suggest.
So if MSD is referring people to us, how does that work out as competition?
Well, we need to fulfill our contracted number of placements, and it was felt that the people who we would get instead would be people who are extremely difficult to place.
So just to reiterate, there are a number of things that we had to consider, Rodney. One was we were narrowed into a group that we wouldn't have normally focused on as Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. So it wasn't the group that we'd always focused on, and it was probably very difficult to employ people, young people. And also the idea is if we signed up to it and we didn't deliver and the reporting was quite onerous, we had to pay everything back.
So there wasn't an option, say, to take the money and contract it out to someone who can. I mean, I understand
No.
you have more difficult groups, so you're sometimes difficult to reach, but there wasn't an option to use that to fund somebody else to do it.
So look, these things were considered. I thought about this quite long and hard, and I really pushed to try and keep it because I think it does good in the community, but it just wasn't going to work.
And comment on CoLab and their involvement, that, I mean, it's represented by the fact that Davina is not going to pursue any roles like that going forward. So it was seen to be quite a difficult achievement coming from central government as a directive over at the top of what's already been happening in Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, and they just didn't align.
Yeah. So from what you're saying, though, we've gone back to the government and pointed out that this won't work, and we'd like to look at.
I explained to Minister Upson that there were difficulties, and I think she had a significant conversation with the MTFJ hierarchy about that. The central hierarchy, as it were, are trying to make it work, and for some councils it will work. Some of them do this kind of work anyway. But for a number of other councils, it's just not going to.
No, I appreciate that, because I mean, obviously, it's a very hard to reach group. They are in great need. If we could make it work, it would be good. But I appreciate you've gone into a lot of detail. The second point I made was that if we're not members of LGNZ, then council funding shouldn't be used to attend meetings.
Their operational budget signed off through the usual processes.
Can we have those identified in the annual plan process, please?
No, it's the operational budgets. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that Laura and myself attended the Zone 2 on the 28th of March. We were still members at that stage, paid up members. So I didn't really have any problem attending as a current member, even though going forward, that's obviously a different situation. Just in terms of the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, I was listening in on a Rotorua Lakes Council recently, and Tania Tapsell made the comment that she had decided to withdraw from Mayor's Task Force for Jobs program as well. Is that for the same reasons that you?
I would imagine so. I mean,
It's the same for everyone.
It's the same for everyone.
So just for clarity, when was this information presented to us?
It's sort of come in dribs and drabs over the last month or so. Yeah. And I don't think I think, as I mentioned, we haven't got the final contract yet, but that's, unless it is a dramatic shift, then no. Councillor Lucas? Councillor Murray Bench?
Just want to make sure that you have the view that with the changes that are coming and the fast track legislation, that anything to do with the fast track legislation comes back to this council as quickly as possible and doesn't get tied up in any subcommittee at a regional level. We want action, sir, and we've waited waiting so long to actually get a decision that the sooner we can hear fast track in action, the better it will be. I
think there's a misunderstanding. Fast track is a regulatory resource consent process. It's not coming back to us to decide this.
No, we want to see the results. We don't want to be part of it, and the regional body should not be part of it either. So when the decision comes back from central government, I'd like it to come straight to our council or any council.
It's just a public announcement, Councillor Murray Bench. It'll be a public announcement that as consent's been granted.
So what is the reason for the subcommittee on smart growth?
I think we traversed this, but the reason is that, for example, the Blue Haven development, which is fast track, that is around creating a lot of housing, that obviously has interplay with, say, Te Tumu or Te Kāinga. And so that's the reason we need to make quick decisions about what PDA is going to be progressed if results from fast track come through or don't come through.
Days to Tutumu has never been a fast decision-making process, not ever.
Correct. Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Very quick, short one, sir. Regional deals. You said if there was something new, you'd let us know. Is there anything new?
There's nothing to update
Thank
at the moment. Councillor Daly.
You're just following up on Margaret's question, considering the leading for delivery proposal, are we aware of, might be an inappropriate question, but Tauranga City's position on Blue Haven, since it's been discussed? or mentioned?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for Tauranga City Council.
It's a regulatory issue too, so it's not discussed in council. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, I'm happy to move my report. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Scrimger? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. I'm hoping we can, I know there's a projects and operations update. I'm just wondering if we should break for a spot of lunch first, or whether we can, how long's your presentation, Cedric? Okay, councillors.
I'm aware that lunch has been out there for a while, councillors, so I'm just raising that it has been out there for a while.
Okay, well, let's adjourn till 1:30 so we can have lunch and then come back to the information for receipt, projects and operations update after that. And public excluded, but that's after that. Okay, so thank you. We'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll make a start. So we've got the last item of the open agenda for council, which is the projects and operations update. So welcome, Peter and Cedric, to take us through this one. Perhaps we can get through fairly quickly. We're a little bit behind time.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. We've got a few other guys on the wings here speaking to the particular slides as well. But, so what we've just been asked to do is to bring back a bit of a way of sharing with you, I guess, the successes and the progress that we've been making down in the community. You see it all on the dollars, on the paperwork and the stuff we're achieving, but to see the physical stuff that's going on in your areas that you serve is, we think is quite important. So this is just going through the slideshow. So Centennial Park subsoil drainage, that's all been done and pretty much finished now. So it can rain and we can play still. So that's a good investment.
Is that the sewage, the drainage problem?
Yeah,
Yeah,
was a drainage problem because the land, when the council got it in the old day, was cheap because it's in a flood zone. So you spend money on your investment and bringing it up to standard. So Urutara Stream jetty replacement. So that's the old jetty on the top left there. Pre-ordered all the H6 timber. That takes a while to lead in, got all that sorted out. But the busy up there, got all the consents in place and working through that.
The piles are finished now?
Sorry?
The pile driving is finished now?
I think so, yeah. They struck a bit of resilience or refusal, they call it, where you drive and it's like, it doesn't want to go anymore. So the piles are a little bit shorter on the top than what they were, but they're still going to meet all our earthquake and those other requirements here. Yeah, so we're so the idea is to have this all up and ready for the 150th celebrations later on in the year. And also I'm just getting a quick little design plan done of how we finish it off, because we've got working with Anne and her team with Open Air Art and getting Humphrey the sea lion back there, but how he's going to come out of the water or sit there or whatever. So we're going to work all that through. That's been paid for by them. Yeah. Right, another one, very current issue, Wharekahu, which is Makatu Cemetery, Orapa. So on the side there, you can see on the right hand side of the picture is where it says all the Cs, where that's just showing how we're going to reconfigure, contour that land to get better utilisation out of that for cemeteries needs going forward. So once we go in there with that investment, get it right, get the berms in place, we'll probably walk away from that for 50 years. So that's getting it done now. Been working with Laura and her team, and there's a group in the community. We had a hui on there in site last Thursday. There's general acceptance of what we're doing there, but the group there, the interest in the task group, they would like to just take it back out to the community a bit further just to make sure we've covered off everyone. So we've prepared a pānui or newsletter and sent that out. We're having a drop-in day this Saturday for a couple of hours. People can come along if they want, and we'll just explain what's going on. So I want to move relatively quickly on this, as we want to get our earthwork stuff done and things are sorted out for the end of the financial year. So, and this is basically what the current situation is. The road up the middle kind of drops off to the side, so we're going to import and marry all that in and make it a lot user friendly for people to go up there and yeah, and Lee's going to come along as well. Yeah. Pani Wharf, another big ticket item for us. Spending a bit of a putu out there at the moment. It's going through quite well. Had a bit of an issue, one delay there, we had a bit of weather, some short weeks around that holiday period, but also you may recall in the news about a barge flipping in the hub. So because that happened, all their procedures had to be stopped and reviewed for 2 weeks. So it put us behind a little bit. So just working through out there. But that's progressing really well.
Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Just wanted to ask about the Pani Wharf. I did meet a lady last week who got hold of my ear and made it pretty hot and claims that it's going to be unworkable. I just wanted some assurance around who the design of the wharf and yeah, how it's planned to operate. They say the angle is not able to be used in most tides and not happy about it.
Right, so there's been about 3 years worth of planning and interaction with the all the ferry operators, etc., the whānau on the island. So I don't know who that is, but it's been through a rigorous process. The whole thing's agreed. So what we're doing is building a new wharf here, so the old one can remain usable, so the kids can get across to school, etc. And then once this one's up and operational, and the angle and stuff we put in here has actually meant that we could be a little bit closer. Obviously, closer means reduced costs, and it meets all the draft and stuff, and puts the this T-head area on a slightly different angle, which is more in line with the more parallel with the thing. So it's actually a better outcome. It's stopping the pontoons from wanting to twist on themselves. It's because it's lined up more with that tide. So I'm not too sure that that person has made that feedback to us. I'm happy to have a chat offline if that helps. Yep. It's been through a very rigorous process, so trust me. Your Dave Hume swimming pool, it's emptied now, so the contract's been let for that work for the bulkhead and the liner. Liner's ordered, it's coming in from Italy, and we've been working with the trust. There's been a few meetings on that there. I've got a meeting this Friday going up with the trust just to touch base with them about some progress and various things and working through that with them. So that's working away quite well from my perspective now. So I'm just getting a bit closer to it.
Councillor Joyce.
Just wanted to mention this will be a wonderful facility. There'll be more room for people to walk because there's quite a strong walking fraternity. They'll be able to walk across that top section once the bulkhead's in, as well as continuing to do lengths if it suits them. There's been more learn to swim spaces, and the high school is quite excited because when they do their swimming sports, because currently it's a non-standard length, they have to do weird calculations for their school swimming sports. So once it's 25 meters, which is a standard length for pools, they'll have a much easier way of comparing their results with other schools. So all around, it's a great project. I think we're heating the changing rooms as well as part of this, aren't we? Is that part of it?
That's correct. We're providing better installation because we're going to have a longer shoulder season. So it'll be slightly about a 9-month pool. So the shoulder season. So we're going to have doors when you come through at the moment, it's just like a gust coming through all the time. So we have doors.
So less wind up.
That.
But yes, so I mean, the whole thing's going to be really exciting. And I think it would be good just to get a little bit more publicity out there because there's 1 or 2 people that don't seem to understand the benefits of it. But it will be extremely good for Katikati. I mean, not quite the roof that people would hope for, but a lot better than what it is now.
Thank you. Do carry on.
Conway Road Reserve is out at Paengaroa. So we've got the funding to do the new playground in, and this has all been designed in-house. There's Janine there with one of the big logs that's going to be cut up into little logs. We're just doing some around here. You can see a little bit of around the trail around the outside, putting a bit of ramps and stuff for kids on their bikes and learn, improve their skills and stuff like that. Waitakauikau Reserve Suspension Bridge. So the bridge is now completed across the water. So it's a real challenge because it's like down on a big gully, etc. There was a little bit of concern about people. Some people said they were going to try and take their horse across it, and even horse percentage said, "You're crazy." But we've just, well, they reckon that the horse would freak, and then you can see the consequences and all that. But we're, I think that'll be Darwinism at work if it happens.
Is the swing bridge very expensive?
It wasn't too bad. I think there was probably about $250,000 for this one, considering where it is down on the bottom of a gully type thing. So yeah, no, these Abseil Access do this here. They do a real good job. They do pretty much the major ones, all the dock ones around the country. They're real good talent in what they do.
Oh,
they
good.
Did the same ones at the Urutara Stream one, and the same one across the Waipapa as well.
So we've got another one for you.
I got a deal for you. Okay, and I think I know what you're talking about. Te Taua ki Tataroa. So remember we applied for and got funding from Tourism Infrastructure Fund, $100,000. And we've put that towards raising this whole area through here because we had that issue, remember, it was flooding through when the stop bank here failed. So we've got that all fixed up now. And we'll raise this here so we won't get waters going through to the adjoining property owner where you have that claim against that. So,
Councillor Henry.
Where is that?
it's at the head of the Waira River. Taharoa, yeah. Yep. All right, there's a very tall Scott takes shadow there taking a photo. Right, water services.
Afternoon. Just some projects that we have underway, largely focusing on the treatment.
Excuse me, could we have this young man's name?
Oh, yes. Reece
Please
Spicer,
introduce yourself.
Capital Works Team Lead for the Water Services. Yeah, so a bit of an update on some of the works currently underway, largely focusing on the treatment plant upgrades. So first up is the Youngstown Water Treatment Plant upgrade. As you can see there, a large construction site, quite tight. And so Brian Perry's doing quite a good job at keeping the existing treatment plant live and operational, and working through all of the visitors and maintenance staff that turn up in the day-to-day and keeping everyone safe. At the moment, you can see some of the stormwater infrastructure going in to drain the reservoir if we need to in the future for maintenance activities. And then you can see the piling rig there on site, piling down to about 17 to 20 meters to create a good footing for earthquake resilience. So in the next month or two, we'll have the flooring, the slab all poured, and then the panels for the reservoir brought in and stood up and poured. So it'll be quite exciting. That's another picture of the same site, different angle. Kitty wastewater treatment plant. So this is what we call an MBBR upgrade, specifically designed to remove nitrogen. Currently we're out of compliance limits. So this upgrade is designed specifically to bring us back within limits. That is an old picture. So this project is pretty much all completed and we're currently through commissioning at the moment. So it's take some time to grow bugs to a suitable level where we can then treat and trial the wastewater and test it. So that's due for completion in August.
Councillor Mowbray.
So you said that bringing it up to the right standard, will this achieve that? Or how far below will it be?
So at the moment, in this picture here, you can see what they do is they run wastewater through the plant to grow the bugs, and then they'll put the plant through a proving run. So that's the contractor's responsibility. Once the testing has been proven, then they hand that over to us to actually then operate. So that's that testing that I was sort of just talking about.
I think Councillor Mowbray might have been looking for a yes answer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Councillor Henry.
Are you speaking for Councillor Murray Bench?
Oh,
Councillor Henry. go on.
heavens forbid. I saw the pond there, back in the slide back. And there were problems back with it overflowing and things like that. So is that remedial treatment, is that you've raised it up with that metal around it?
That's actually a safety improvement. So we're moving the road away from the pond. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
not-
in terms of what have you done to the pond to alleviate?
Nothing.
Oh, so it might overflow again.
Yep.
Could.
Councillor Joyce.
I don't want to hold things up too much, but you may remember a lady chased her dog into the pond, 4 years ago, and got stuck. So if you see those hoops of rope, that's a grab thing because she couldn't get out.
Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So so the council staff put ropes around there so if someone does fall in, they can get themselves out.
It's just another picture of the MBBR upgrade. Lots of shiny stainless steel pipe, and you can see a vertical picture of the wastewater being treated. Tamatai pump station. So up Tamatai Road, there was an old couple of concrete tanks and a pump station in the ground. And so this is a new upgrade on the corner of Mark Road into Matai Road, with an extra couple of tanks for storage. And the pump station's now out of the road and above ground. Muttons water treatment plant upgrade. So this is the picture of the new filters. It's been a bit of a process to commission, but currently working through training of operations and commissioning processes now. And we look to just keep monitoring the performance of this upgrade over the next few months. Athenry Whara water treatment plant upgrade. So this is a picture of the fit out with the UV and all of the mechanical and control gear going into the buildings.
Councillor Daly.
Can you go back to that last picture? Does that show the fluoride dosing equipment or not?
I'm not too sure if that's it on the side. I don't think it is, no.
There was some talk of some flooding issues up there. Can you comment on that or?
Yes, they've had quite a lot of rain up there. There is basically a drain that they found was blocked during the works. I don't think it was the contractor's fault, but it was a bit overgrown and we didn't know about it. So we've looked to clear that up. Yeah.
Councillor Ray.
Sorry, I just note that there wasn't any update for the Makitu one. Is that because there are no updates?
There's definitely updates. There's just no pictures for me to show. So yeah, basically we're looking at starting physical works there soon. So hopefully the next update I'll have some pictures.
Thank you, Charles. Reece, Stephen. Sorry. Thank you, Reece.
So the three projects I've chosen for this update are all in Te Puke. That's just really the way things are this year is, you know, Te Puke's soaking up a lot of our resources this year. Next year, we will have a larger focus on the rest of the district. So, you know, it's not that we have some unconscious bias towards Te Puke, it's just a bit of a coincidence at the moment. Yeah, so number 1 road, pavement rehabilitation seal lining. That's still incomplete. The reconstruction of the road has been delayed by the need to relocate water mains and telecommunication cables. So these pictures show the relocation of the telecommunication cables. On the right-hand side, you can just see the green ducts sticking up out the ground. And then on the left-hand side, you can see workers installing the new ducts for the telecommunication cables. So we expect that telecommunication work to be done by 13th of June and work to reconstruct the pavement to start on 13th of June and take probably another 6 weeks to complete. So it has delayed the project, but it's actually quite fortunate because we've been able to do the water relocation and telecommunications relocation without any major disruption to the kiwifruit traffic. So harvest should be finished around about time that we start reconstructing the pavement again. So shouldn't be any major impacts on the local pack house or any of the, you know, orchard owners further up number 1 road. This picture just shows some of the controls we've put in place to try and help encourage the traffic, heavy vehicle traffic going down number 1 road to slow down. So you can see we put in the diagonal bars to try and give an illusion of a narrower road. We have the speed indicator device on the left-hand side. It was working when we took the picture, but yeah, we're actually replacing that one with a brand new one this week. So there has been issues with that one, but it has been working intermittently. And you can see the safe fit post down the centre line again to try and give the perception that the road is narrower than it actually is. So, so we have tried hard to get the traffic to slow down, but you know, truck drivers do what they want to do.
Councillor Coxon.
Are you sure you're not going to have people parking there? They look like parallel parking.
That's what they tried.
Sorry, what was the question?
So I'm sure you're not going to have people parking there, but that's kind of been part of the solution at some points.
Yeah, nobody's brave enough to park in that piece of number 1 road, I don't think.
Councillor Joyce.
Do we have a perception whether that's actually working? I mean, because it's a model, it's a low cost model that we could use in some other places.
We're still getting complaints about trucks. We haven't actually done a speed survey to see what speed the trucks are actually doing. But the problem is that section road is 50 kilometers per hour speed limit. We believe the trucks are doing 50 kph and it's still having an impact on the residents in terms of noise and vibration. So
it's a particular and unique situation, this one. It's about vibrating the houses effectively, not a safety one as such, although I'm sure some people feel that way, but it's a vibration thing.
So number 4, road bridge replacement, that's fairly well advanced. Contractor is looking to open it to vehicles end of June, so end of next month we're looking to open it to vehicles. So you can see the old picture there with the new bridge and the Bailey Bridge in the front. So the picture on the left gives you an idea of what the width of the new bridge will be compared to the Bailey Bridge that's there at the moment, and it kind of shows you how much work is still to be done in terms of tying that new bridge into the existing road.
Councillor Murray Benj.
Knowing that you had some rather difficult people to deal with up there, is everybody satisfied?
We haven't received any complaints recently, so
it's not open yet, so I guess that'll be the proof of the pudding. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, well, speaking of the people communicating on the number 4 road bridge, I did get a communication from that person about, are we live streaming?
Yes, Councillor Daly, please be careful of your words.
About the number 1 road, lower number 1 road situation, a comment on Facebook, but can we go back to that just briefly? Sorry, because we probably have more email correspondence as councillors than any other issue, is this section of road here. And when we put the centre pylons in, there was commentary from the locals that they felt that this just narrowed the trucks into the wheel tracks, which they felt made the situation worse rather than made it better, because previously when there was no delineation down the centre line, that they were tending to move around a bit more and that the effects weren't as extreme. Can you comment on that, Cedric, at all?
So it's, I mean, it is a short-term solution because we do plan to do a pavement rehabilitation project on this section of road, hopefully starting October this year. So as part of that design process that we're currently go through, we'll look at ways of also implementing permanent traffic controls to try and help reduce the speed of the vehicles and improve the safety of the road. But I think the important thing about pavement rehabilitation project, what it will do is it smooth out the surface and it'll take out any bumps or any ruts in the pavement which may be contributing towards noise and vibration. So it's important to remember this is a short-term solution, that the long-term solution is the pavement rehab project, which will improve the strength of the pavement and also make the road surface smoother, so you're not getting that kind of rumbling noise when heavy vehicles go over, bumps in the road.
We did get, like I say, when those pylons were first installed, the locals thought it was a mistake. What's your thoughts on removing them? Because it seems like the locals felt it made the situation worse, and maybe if we were to listen to their concerns, maybe pulling them out it's not really going to make much difference to the traffic speed calming, because we've seen video evidence of trucks still speeding down through there, whether they're there or not. But just that perception that if they're removed, the trucks move around a bit more, the effects aren't quite as extreme, according to the locals that we're hearing all the complaints from.
Yeah, so I think as part of that, the measures that we put in, like Colin said, as a temporary outcome, the whole idea for the safe fits is to make you feel uncomfortable. So the whole idea is that it's a barrier that you're approaching. It narrows the road, encourages you to slow down. So it is a proven safe systems approach in terms of trying to slow traffic down. But you're right, it does narrow the vehicles into the same wheel path. But I think if you don't have them in there, you are likely to encourage speed.
I did have a conversation with you before about the 30k speed limit, and there's been a response from James about whether we can actually enforce a 30k speed zone from where that speed indication device is down to the highway. So what you're saying is we can only do that if there's roadworks going on. We can't make it a permanent solution unless we maybe put it through the bylaw process.
Yeah, correct. So the idea of the temporary traffic management has always universally been for works or to keep the workers safe. So I think one of the principles was why we'd advise not to do that is it isn't enforceable, but I take your point, it still may encourage people to slow down. But then you're using it for not its intended use. So its intended use is to keep people safe, slow people down while they operate or they undertake construction. Because it's not a construction site or aligned with the National Code of Practice or your typical Compton or the old legislation, it's not recommended that you would slow that down, because effectively then we would almost set a precedence that wherever we've got a challenge out in the district, whether there's work going or not, we'd try and reduce the speed using the temporary traffic management approach, rather than going through eventually what might be a bylaw or type of NTTA speed management rule to slow to a desired speed.
Okay, I think you've had a pretty detailed response on that previously. I'm conscious of time, so I think we do need to move on, Cedric.
So just want to draw your attention to the photograph on the right hand side. You can see an excavator working down in the riverbed. So it was always planned to put in riprap to reinforce that bank and prevent scour. When they started the work, they found it was actually quite a deep scour hole already in the river. So they've done quite a bit of work under emergency works to fill that hole and basically reinforce that bank against future scour from future storms. So really that's just an explanation of why you see that excavator on the river there. Third project I wanted to discuss is Boucher Avenue number 2 road pavement rehabilitation project, which also includes water services upgrades, being stormwater upgrades and also water main upgrades. So you can see that extends over quite a large section of Boucher Avenue and also number 2 road. On the left-hand side, that's just a copy of the communication that will be going out to residents. It's really just explaining that to minimise disruption overall. You know, we plan to do stormwater upgrades and pavement rehabilitation at the same time, you know, we start it now, even though it's winter time. We'll start it now and with the intention that everything be completed by the time the kiwi fruit season starts again. So it's a difficult project to do. It will cause a lot of disruption, but we are kind of starting it now in the middle of winter to ensure that it is complete by kiwi fruit harvest time. Just on the right hand side is just a picture of the initial work which has been done. It's really just, you can see these slits through the berm, and that's where our contractor has dug trenches to locate buried services and you know, confirm the line and level of those services. So that's, it doesn't look that attractive now, but we've instructed our contractor to reinstate the grass, so that you know, that is in chain at the moment. Yeah.
Thanks, Callum. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, sorry, Callum. there's been quite a lot of comment on social media recently in the last week about the state of the roads in this area, Cameron Road, Boucher Avenue, and a lot of negative comment about the patchy nature of the road, and it just never seems to come right. Can we be confident? And there are certainly lots of patch jobs everywhere at the moment, some better than others, but and a lot of historical things that still haven't been addressed. But can we be confident that the works that we're doing here will result in a nice, smooth, uniform thing, and all the old patches will be properly fixed to smooth things out?
Yes, it will, because you know, we do the full pavement rehabilitation and then seal it in one go. So basically you have a smooth, uninterrupted surface, other than for maybe one or two construction joints. In terms of the patches, so the patches are pavement repairs. So we're effectively doing what is expected of us. We're repairing the roads, and these patches are mostly pre-seal repairs, and they will be sealed over next year. So although you can see lots of patches on the road this year, we expect that those will be covered up with, you know, the reseal next year when we resurface the road.
Thank you, Callum. Oh, Laura?
Sorry, just one last question about that. You know, the patches, are they designed specifically to be higher than what is currently on the road? Because I noticed Cameron Road, it seems like you're going up and over all of these new bits, and the new bit's great, but it's just higher than the.
No, they're not supposed to be that. If they're higher than the surrounding road surface, then that means they're non-conforming, and we need to discuss them with the contractor and get them addressed. So we have a consultant who's helping us with the quality assurance for these patches. So they're currently going around all the patches that have been done, checking them for compliance with our requirements, and any that are non-compliant will be identified to the contractor, and the contractor will be expected to rectify them.
Councillor Mowbray.
Just before you go, Callum, I just want to say thank you. Your staff have kept the woman involved in Te Puna Road, and she's very pleased with the result.
Thanks for that
So
feedback.
far, so good.
Okay, strategic property.
Thank you. Kerry's away at the moment, so I'll step in for her. So kicking off with Heron Crescent. So this one we're looking at, my understanding is the blessing is, oh, I've got them around the wrong way. I think the blessing for this one is in June. I was actually there about 2 weeks ago, and a lot of the fit outs done in the buildings. It's just a lot of landscaping to go. So this photo is about 2 weeks old, I think, 2 or 3 weeks old. So that work's progressed really well. Currently 20 of the 26 units have been tenanted, and they're obviously waiting for it to be finished, with the remaining 6. I suspect now they probably all have been. So overall, this one is tracking well under budget, and we're definitely enabling the outcomes we said we would. Waihi Beach Library,
Oh, sorry, Councillor Henry.
Just a request from the some members of the community that think that they may possibly be in one of these units one day, that somewhere around the opening day would one of the units be available for community with a couple of hours or something to be able to go in and have a look?
Yep, I'll take that off with Kerry. I'm sure that can be arranged. Waihi Beach Library, again, this one's tracking really well as well. So practical completion is aimed for end of June. I think the blessing is in July or June. But again, this one is on track under budget. This photo is probably about three or 4 weeks old. Hawkins are doing a really good job. Yeah, any questions on this one here?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Cool. And yeah, welcome Annalee, Growth Structure Plan Major Projects Manager.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I would like to share some of our growth projects, particularly out in Mokoroa currently. How do I move it? So our key projects include the State Highway 2 NZTA temporary roundabout, where we secured the funding from Kainga Ora, 38 million from them and 5 million that we will receive from NZTA upon completion of the project. And then we've got a Makaroa urbanisation stage 1, which runs from State Highway to Prol Road roundabout, a Makaroa urbanisation stage 2, Prol Road to Railway, and then Prol Road urbanisation, including the Waipapa wetland, which is almost complete. We expect completion to occur mid-June. We were hoping for earlier completion, but we've had a few weather delays. And this late in the project, they are busy putting all the asphalting down, and you obviously need good weather for that. And then we also have got Tangi Mohana, or previously known as the Hartwood Avenue pedestrian bridge. The bridge has been renamed by Pererako, hence the new name. And we expect completion of that bridge by the end of June. And then we've got the industrial road and pond. The temporary pond's already been completed, and we expect the industrial road project to be completed by the end of August or mid-August 2025. And then we do have a little map up there to kind of show you, when you overlay it, exactly where our projects are sitting across the peninsula. You can see the Waipapa wetland, Prol Road, and then all the stages from the temporary Makaroa roads, State Highway 2 roundabout, up all the way to the railway bridge. So it's first of all at the bottom, obviously the roundabout, and then about 240 meters up from there, up until Prol Road is what we call stage 1, and then stage 2 of our Makaroa urbanisation projects run from the Prol Road roundabout up until the railway bridge, and that includes widening of the two-lane Makaroa Road currently, and we will also be constructing a roundabout at Francis Road as well as at Flounder Drive to open up the entrance to the Jace Town Centre.
Councillor Henry, you've got a question.
Regarding Francis Road, as it currently now comes on to State Highway 2, is that going to remain that way, or as we had seen it much earlier, that it would run along? Is there another road to be going along parallel with the State Highway?
Yeah, but that's only going to happen in our next long-term plan.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But that is.
No, I'm just asking because it's not on there.
Yeah, no, it will occur. It's just we obviously need to look at development and when all the, but it is in the plan. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And then we just have a couple pictures to share with you. This is a bridge of the Tangi Mohana, a photo of the Tangi Mohana Bridge. And that particular photo actually shows some of the beams coming in. And like I said, we're nearing the end of the project. We're actually currently working on getting some drone footage together of all of the projects, which will give you a better idea of where we're sitting with our projects currently. And then there's a nice picture of Prol Road. You can see all the asphalting and all the roundabouts that's been built. And obviously the reason that was done was to open up some of the developments along Prol Road onto entrances on to Prol Road.
Councillor Granger.
Yeah, thank you. I went for a wander down to the bridge on the weekend, and it looks particularly narrow. Is it 2 lanes? Is it designed for 2-lane traffic?
It is designed for it, but it's not constructed. It's only a bridge that we'll use in case of emergencies for emergency vehicle to cross.
I appreciate that, but is it being built as a 2-lane bridge?
No, so it's currently being designed for a pedestrian and an ambulance or a fire or emergency vehicle. The pylon, or the piles and the actual structure itself, when say stages 2, 3 come on board, it can be widened to enable, say, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's 5 or 6 meters for 2 lanes. At this stage, effectively, that project is a 2-stage upgrade.
Councillor Henry.
Yes, I just recently drove down there, and it is quite magnificent, that road. My query is not about the road, but coming back this way, is the kiwi fruit orchard I think it's coming out onto Mokoroa Road, is that going to remain there?
Are you talking about the kiwi fruit orchard
Kiwi
right
fruit
as you
orchard.
come off State Highway onto a Mokoroa Road?
Yeah, and it's,
No.
I think we can see it in the picture there.
No, you can't. It's a little bit further down.
Oh, okay.
More towards Mokoroa Road. So no, that orchard is not going to remain. That lease is coming to an end at the end of this month. And we will be utilising some of that space for the contractors to put some of their stockpile down while we're doing all of the work along Mokoroa Road.
And one more, if I can, in that same area coming down towards the Mokoroa Road, sort of directly across from where the school would be, the college. Is that currently being built up now? I see some dirt and stuff being put in there because
no, there's
sports grounds or something that's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing happening at the school site at the moment, but oh yeah, that's Jay's Town Centre. So we are just next to Jay, to the school.
School one side.
Yes.
On the left, there was some land.
Oh, that's our compound. That's Higgins's compound, and they are using a big
that's what
part of that for their stockpile. Yes, yes.
Councillor Mo Bench, you had a question?
We've got a lot of land in there now ready for development, which is really exciting. Do the developers work with you to say what they need to actually so they can get on with the job? Does anybody share with you the problems that they're fronting before they take the risk?
Yes, and that's where Chris Watt also plays an integral role because he communicates with the developers and then feed back into our teams to ensure that we develop our projects just in time and we don't build infrastructure too far ahead into the future.
Okay, you better carry on.
It wasn't quite what I was meaning though, Sue, but we need the houses and we need the development.
Yes, so I mean, that's the tricky part, right? Because we want to have enough infrastructure to encourage the developers to develop, but we need to be conscious of the impact that it has on financial contributions too. I think once the school happens, I think that will also kind of encourage a lot more development to occur. And then that's a photo just of Waiawai wetland, which has now been constructed. And we're actually gearing up for planting to occur a little bit later in June, where Perirako is partnering with council to do all the necessary planting. It's about 30,000 plants that's going into the actual wetland. And then that's a picture of the State Highway 2 roundabout. It looks a little bit different at the moment. I don't know how many of you frequently drive there, but it does shift. The roundabout does shift. And that's obviously just to make space for whichever end of the roundabout they're currently working on. We've got all of most of the underground cabling and power co-cabling on the roundabout itself has been installed. The big overhead poles have been booked in to come down on the 14th of August.
Councillor Joyce?
Obviously, you've come a long way since that photo.
Yes.
It's actually, so I mean, I'm sure it's pleasing to Murray and other Mokoroans that you now get 2 lanes coming out of Mokoroa, but we are still seeing backlogs. Yeah, and some of it you can't avoid while you're doing construction. But how far away are we from actually having 2 lanes going north on State Highway 2? Because that would free up a lot of the construction congestion we're seeing now. Because at the moment, people going into the roundabout with 1 lane and no one's quite sure whether they're going into a Mokoroa or not. So you're getting a lot of hesitation just because, we aren't quite there yet.
Yes, are you talking about if they're coming down from Mokoroa Road or down from the State Highway?
Coming from Mokoroa and they've got 2 lanes, so it's
Yes.
already quite good. But coming from the Tauranga end into the roundabout, we've still only got 1 lane. I know the end result is going to be 2 lanes.
Yes, it
So
is.
how quickly will we get to that 2 lanes? Because it would free up a lot of traffic, which is backing right up to Whakamarama some days.
I'll have to look at what our program says, but what I can say is that the temporary roundabout is the contractors have actually accelerated their program and we're expecting it to be completed by the end of March next year.
I mean, I would love a slip lane on the highway, but I gather I'm too late for that.
Yes, yes. This photo doesn't unfortunately tell you much yet regarding the Mokoroa urbanisation stage 1, but I can tell you that we are busy with the installation of services. We're installing a wastewater line and we're moving our stormwater line at the moment. And this is a photo of stage 2, and you can see on the left much of the clearing that had been done, all the vegetation to enable us to install all the services. And then this shows you where the industrial road as well as the pond. So the temporary pond has already been completed, and we are currently building the industrial road with an anticipated completion date of August 2025. All of the retaining walls are already there. So you can start to see an actual road forming.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Daly.
Just a quick question. Every time I go out there, the land level at Jace Road development seems to be moving up and down, or I'm not sure which way it's moving, but is there a reason for that, or is it reached its final level yet?
No, we are currently working together with Jace because we need to align our developments. We have to go a little bit further down with our retaining walls, for example, to accommodate their design level. But the idea is that we'll have a nice level road once it's all completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
So quickly wrapping it up. So these were just one slide that Coralie had put in, but she wasn't able to be here for this part. It's just basically covering off the continuous improvement with the capital program. Obviously, the idea is that we gradually improve each year to achieving the perfect outcome, hopefully in year 3. So it's just things we can work on, better cost estimation manuals, and which effectively means we'll be able to provide better estimates, whether it's development projects for the LTB annual plan, just more maturity around how we apply risk and contingency to our projects as well. And then also how we look at our cost in terms of how we're allocating that as to different buckets, or just getting a bit more maturity in that space. So at a very high level, we're about 97.5% of our capital program is under contract. In terms of our forecasting and tracking, we're roughly at the end of April about 91%. So we've roughly been about 90% throughout the year in terms of our tracking each month. We anticipate our quite significant claims in May and June. So if you were to take that into the context of, you're roughly looking at around 23 million for May if you consider the land purchasing for the active reserve, and then obviously the substantial claims for Waihi Beach Library and Heron Crescent. And then we've obviously got some long lead items that we're purchasing for Waihi Beach. And then obviously we've got all the transportation projects and water projects coming in. So I guess for a big one for us is we've managed to sort of crack the code this year around actually getting out there, procuring and delivering and optimising our program. And now it's the next journey is the level of maturity around how we procure our works. Although we demonstrate value for money, but as how can we manage project risk, contingencies, have more uniformity with our budgets and tracking. So yeah, otherwise that's it from infrastructure. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Cedric. Appreciate that running through those projects, and apologies to Chair Thwaites for that would normally be in your agenda, but it was appropriate to do that now. I think before we move into confidential, I do want to acknowledge that I understand this might be your last day at council meeting. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for all you've achieved for us here at Western Bay, and wish you all the best in the future. So thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to seek a mover and seconder to exclude the public. So can I move and seconder? Councillor Searle, Councillor